I don't know. We'll see in a second here.
Yeah, right. Really? You want?
It's on the air, but I'm not seeing it on the air. So. Seeing what's going on.
Good question, though. Good question.
Now it's looking better. Now we're on the air.
That's just.
So, be careful what you say now.
Basically, they
Oh, okay, so you're aware of it. Okay.
And then they will call for a vote or discussion.
Okay, live streaming is up.
Okay. Typically, it's discussion, or does anybody want to make an alternative motion? Roll call vote. Yep. That's it.
I'm going to check your zero. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead. You're back on.
Looks like we're doing good there.
Audio should be up.
Check.
Can you hear me now?
Check.
Huh?
There's definite delay. A lot more than when we were testing.
Actually, Richard sits here, actually.
But it works.
Yeah. Quite a lot. That was quite a bit.
What's quite a bit?
I have a question, believe it or not.
No way. I'm shocked. You have a question?
Well, Debbie had a question.
That camera picks up.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Oh, you already asked it. What happened?
This one picks up. This one picks up here,
Oh.
and then this device here. This is what
Generally, it can.
I'm seeing that camera. So I can. So if somebody's sitting at the podium, I can
But I've seen
bring that up on
cases where it
Zoom.
does.
Oh, okay.
So everybody on Zoom is seeing that camera, and when they're back here, they're seeing that
I
camera.
think Diana's pretty.
Depending on which one you switched out to?
Yeah, I mean, basically, if there's somebody there talking, I switch to that, so that people can see the people talking.
Yeah.
So that,
And.
that's why I'm saying, I don't think the equipment they're gonna get's any,
Oh,
have more capacity than this.
Probably not. Looks like pretty nice stuff.
Yeah, this is Black Magic stuff is really good. It's out there in the industry pretty good. You know, this is a junior version of it, but
Yeah.
So I won't time.
and we're using my mics. These are my mics that are here, so the sound is coming from the room is coming from the mics on these two cameras.
Oh, okay. So they have built-in mics on them?
Yeah.
What kind of gesture will you give if it's one of those two?
And then I
Now, is
record on the
that-
cameras
I
as
was
well,
like, I
so
might not
if
see
something
that.
happens, I still have the, copy, I have to have the video as well.
So your mics are attached here, and I assume you
So
have...
this is, everything's coming out of here through that USB port out of here is what they're,
going up
that's
there.
the camera, the computer thinks it's a webcam.
Okay. And this is all HDMI too?
Yeah, HDMI into there. And then I've got, because it's so far, I've got extension, I've got power extensions
HDMI.
running between here and there. So.
Oh, okay.
Because the
That's why the
US
HDMI
HDMI won't go that far. And then this is a new access point that
Yeah, I know.
Travis,
I was looking-
Travis put that in about last week. So,
Oh, did he?
Hey, Michael,
so
would you be able to show me how to be able to run a flash drive?
And
Maybe by screen share?
Yeah, you go in there.
Should we lose the video when we do that?
I think it depends. You might want to adjust these all things.
Yeah, and then one of the.
Well, this was a last minute demand. So.
And that's what somebody like me is not real. There is a, when you start the meeting, there should be a place in there.
you saw the stuff about
I can start it now.
seven faults, positives.
I did. One of the representatives wanted to power.
This meeting is being recorded.
The power.
Those are all
Yeah, I mean, just went outside there. That takes a lot. As far as all of that, and we don't know, we have no technical issues. Yeah, I don't. I'm just gonna text them.
And then we'll just
Our sorry, the late notice.
So if you have her in your,
We'll have video right here.
here, hospital.
So then if there's something already has
It's till 1 a.m.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, I
It took us 2 calendar boxes and like.
So the one real Great. Okay, I heard maybe my 11th.
Yeah, when you're balanced, you're not whatever else.
Yeah.
You really ought to zoom in.
Will it be a negative experience for anyone watching? Or?
No, I was just looking at the.
No, if you got told me earlier, you were thinking about it, so that
Well, they sent me memo saying I
Yeah,
should.
so I know.
I did?
That's what we shut out.
Turn it off.
What number did I send out?
Particularly when
The COVID
it
memo.
didn't fit, you know, so for the hospital, none of the hospital people were working.
Where does it say Mike should show up for
We
the
weren't
meeting?
You're planning
Right.
on saying
Right,
it's addressed to the phone
Yeah.
and everything.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please, and that's it.
Here's my story. Here's your,
It's fair to say, oh, okay, yeah, we know this now.
Take everything. you get out.
Right, right. I mean,
But,
yeah.
sometimes when we get the same.
Oh, worry.
What would you think?
Okay, I'm gonna go on.
That's
Yeah.
Debbie is right here.
Oh, hi, Debbie. I'm Diane.
And this is Margie.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Sure, I'll make you right.
Hello.
IT.
That's how you do it, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, so with our issues.
You're the first person I want to know.
Where we had to continue one thing, like.
Yes. Yeah, so we tested the camera and the audio yesterday, and then we tested the mics in the computer today.
Okay. Yeah, because
Support?
Day without smoke is a
Yeah.
good day.
Yeah?
Thank you guys for another
Yeah,
quarter.
it wasn't smoky. Last 2 days. Yeah. Were you able to get any more information about farm to fork types of stuff?
No. Well, no, because I lost it.
Yeah.
Up right now. Well, part of it's still there.
Yeah,
Then I'll
well,
take out part there.
there's just not much available in the winter time here.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out some feelers.
Yeah.
Figuring out. I just have to go to the post office.
You know, they do have a farmer's market year round
Yeah.
over there. Yeah. My family sells produce at the market all year round over
Yeah.
there.
Which one?
It's the Macintosh farm
Oh.
over in Willow Creek. Huh?
That makes sense.
Are you familiar with the farms out there in
Oh,
Willow?
no, but everyone know
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, totally.
I know that Mike can do information. Like this one, they're agent. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. You know, it might help.
I won't be typing notes tonight. Giving them the 2 computer. It's too much for one.
Notes too?
No. I will write down some.
It's now 7 o'clock, so I'm going to call the meeting of the Planning Commission for October 8th, 2020 to order. The first order of business is public comment. During the public comment period, members of the public may address the Planning Commission on any matter not listed on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Is there anyone that would like to speak during this public comment time?
Do the people outside know that it's public comment?
I have no idea.
There's no speaker outside for people to hear.
There is a, I said, full laptop playing.
Yeah, but just the speaker just.
There's like 100 people out there. Maybe 80.
For the record, I'll make a comment.
I'm not public.
Commissioner Stewart is chairing tonight because Commissioner Fraser's out fighting fire.
Yeah.
I just want to give a shout out to Commissioner Fraser, who's out there working for the folks at Pet Shop and Pond and Xenia and all the folks down there. So,
Yeah, I've heard.
I hope he's doing well.
Yeah.
He seems to be doing well when I spoke to him this morning.
Good.
I'm a gigafire.
Wow. 40% transferring, 60, 50, 40%.
Yeah, like 2 times.
Is there anyone that wants to speak during public comments?
She's calling out the parking lot right now.
Okay.
Public comment?
Yes. Well, I got good timing. Hi. Good evening. My name is Jennifer. I'm here again from Arcata, California. Saw the signs outside. I'm a little scared now, to tell you the truth. I came to talk to you guys about retail cannabis. And I came the first time and talked to you guys about how highly regulated and the compliance measures that are involved to hopefully reassure you that it's not dangerous and it's not scary. I came last time to talk to you about the potential revenue and tourism that it could bring to the city, and it's still not on the agenda. So tonight, since you guys know my personal plight is about my mom, I brought a letter from her. She lives in Trinity County. She voted yes, and probably voted some of you into office. Dear sir, ma'am, I've spent 40 years on prescription meds. I'm not much of a drinker, and I have dealt with anxiety and depression my whole life. Now adding to that arthritis, inflammation, and everything that comes with being 75 years old. I, like most, was not prepared for the unfolding of events we call 2020. The self-isolation has been an overall my anxiety. The only options in Trinity County for me is to go back on prescription drugs or take up drinking. I don't want to do either. I want another choice, one I voted for. I've left Trinity County to hang out at Jenny's. I'll hold you all responsible for that. For the sole reason of having access to cannabis, to relieve my physical pain and my anxiety. Please stop ignoring this topic. We all voted on it, and now we're just watching and waiting. Patsy. Thanks for your time tonight, guys.
Thank you.
Good evening, Liz McIntosh from Junction City. I just wanted to make a request that I can't speak for any district but my own, but it's become quite a problem in my district that the dark sky ordinance portion of the cannabis ordinance is not being followed. And I know that, I need to read a little. I know that there's a lot in the ordinance and things get lost in the mix, and I know that everybody who does inspections does not work at nighttime. But it's become such an issue that I'm hoping that you might consider directing staff to send a letter to all commercial cannabis license holders to please observe that portion of the ordinance. It's so disruptive, it's such light pollution, and for those that are following it, it's a lot of work and expense to do it, and everybody should be held to the same standard. Thank you.
public comment. Not on the agenda. It's not.
Is there anyone on Zoom that would like to speak during public comment?
We have somebody in the audience.
So is that a no?
That is a no.
Okay, thank you. And did-
Good evening, Commission. Justin Hawkins. I just wanted to briefly take an opportunity to talk about the programmatic EIR that's sort of gone MIA lately. There's a new section that's going to be really important, and I wanted to maybe just highlight some of the aspects of the environmental commitments that are going to be included, hopefully. I don't know if it's well known, but the license fees for the water board enrollment is approximately $2,500 in the past. Almost all of that goes towards enforcement efforts across the whole North Coast Regional Water Board area. It's not just in Trinity County, but those fees go to enforcement across the entire area. There's also cannabis-specific fees for fish and wildlife. Those are also used across the entire region that the Fish and Wildlife acts under. And then, of course, a third of the cannabis fees every year go towards code enforcement in our county. And I know we've talked about how this is not part of the program supposedly, but a third of the cannabis license fees go to the planning department, and then they are turned over to the sheriff's office for code enforcement. And this has a land use nexus because what is the purpose of code enforcement other than to reduce the environmental impacts of nuisances? The farmers are paying a third of their license fees. That's what the budget is for next year to go towards code enforcement. The result is a reduction of the cumulative impacts possible from the licensing program. You pay to take more people offline, and this is important for CEQA because the baseline analysis, which is essentially in the fall of 2019, that's zero. And if the farmers continue to pay into code enforcement, which takes off more and more farms and reduces the thousands down into smaller numbers, there is no significant impacts from the program when you drop the whole program and all the impacts in the county to below zero, below the baseline. And that's where you're going to go if you give the sheriffs the money and the time to take care of this problem. And that's what's been going on. And it is essentially a mitigation, and it needs to be included in the EIR. Because it does show that, the only people taking care of this are actually the farmers. And they're paying to take care of something off of their own site, the whole county-wide. This is a very important commitment from the farmers. Plus, there's $1,000 a year on a small license that goes towards updating the general plan, which has huge land use implications as well. And so these are serious environmental commitments to our community through the licensing program that need to be recognized in the EIR. Otherwise, it is fundamentally flawed without this additional information. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak during public comment? All right, then we will move on to the regular agenda, to the minutes. The minutes of the meeting of July 23rd, 2020 was a regular meeting. Is there any discussion about the minutes? Any corrections?
I found one item. It's on page 6, beginning of the second paragraph under Planning Director's Report. It says August 1st, 2020 meeting. I believe that's the 13th.
Yes.
We didn't have a secret meeting on the 1st, so a minor correction, but just so there's no confusion in the future.
Very good, thank you. Are there any other corrections? And can I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Evidently not. So we'll move on to the appeal of Planning Director's decision, P2628, an appeal of the Planning Director's decision to approve a commercial cannabis license application CCL-691 for 150 Coffin Road, Lewiston. Appellant is E. Bell and K. Bell, and the licensee is M. Connier, APN 025-180-37-00, and this was continued from 9/10/2020. And I'd like to remind staff that we will have a 3-minute limit for speakers and 5 minutes for the appellant. So,
Madam Chair, can we just take a moment so we can get some folks settled in here?
I'm sorry?
Just take a moment to get the folks
Yes,
settled.
absolutely.
Madam Chair, does that include the appellant and their legal counsel or their consultant? Are those separated? Do they each have 5 minutes? Or is it-
The representative for the general. The appellant for the representative.
John needs to stay open. Yes, could you open it, please? Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Kim Hunter, Building and Planning Director. I'll be giving the brief staff report this evening. This item was continued, and the staff report has been was also provided on September 10th, but this will be a refresher for everybody just to go over it very quickly. This is an appeal of the Planning Director's decision to approve commercial cannabis cultivation license CCL 2020-691. The appellant is Ernie and Crystal Bell et al. The agent is James Underwood Law Office for the appellant. The location of the site for the approved license is 150 Coffin Road, Lewiston. The approximate acreage of that site is 8.94 acres. The zoning district is rural residential 5-acre minimum with a zoning overlay of flood hazard zone. The general plan is also rural residential. The staff recommendation is that the director's approval of this commercial cannabis license be deferred until a site-specific environmental review and determination can be completed in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. The adjacent land uses and zoning are rural residential uses to the north, south, and west. To the east, residential land use with the zoning of agricultural and a general plan designation of agricultural 10-acre minimum. This appeal has been filed due to concerns about how new cannabis cultivation operations will affect local businesses and residents. According to the documents submitted, pre-existing commercial cannabis operations have detrimental effects on residents, property owners, and One Maple Winery, which is adjacent to the proposed cultivation site. Residents, property owners, and owners of One Maple Winery are adamantly opposed to any new commercial cannabis operations in the area because of the effects on the environment, including quality of life, economic impacts of not only the proposed new operation, but the cumulative effects of all commercial cannabis operations in the area. In the staff packet, you have the appeal form, which was submitted July 23rd, 2020, correspondence from Underwood Law Office dated July 23rd, 2020, a legal notice for the commercial cannabis license, correspondence opposing CCL 2020-691 from various states, and correspondence supporting CCL 691 dated July 10th, 2020. Additional correspondence included a statement from the license applicant's representative.
And a letter was received, correspondence that was distributed to the planning commissioners this morning, I believe. And this is a letter, I'm not finding, letter right here, for agenda item 2, from Alicia Muir Wellock. The letter was dated 10/6/20. Ms. Wellock did include attachments. Those were not unfortunately included with her email. There was a staff report from one of the Board of Supervisors meetings and some information from CDFA. We had a miscommunication on the email. I just wanted to add that there were attachments. You did not receive those. I apologize. I just got her email responding that she did want those attached this evening, and I do apologize for that, but I do want to mention there were attachments. And unless there's any questions for me, that concludes my staff report.
Any questions for staff? I have one. What was the nature of the attachments?
Again, a board report for the when the ordinance was approved.
Okay.
And then some CDF information on licensing.
Okay. Nothing? Okay. Then the appellant would like to speak? Or the representative for the appellant? All right, thank you.
Point of order. I've been through continuations of hearings before the Planning Commission before. Lisa Wright from Lewiston. You have disallowed previous speakers to speak again because it's a continuation of the record. You left off where you last left off. That's how continuations have been handled in the past. I believe all of you commission members except Mr. McIntosh was present at that occurrence when I was there as well.
I appreciate that. And in light of the fact that several of the people here have already spoken, I would appreciate if you speak again, that you speak very briefly and allow people that have not spoken a chance to voice what they want to say. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. I will be brief. I have spoken most of all of the issues that I would want the Commission to consider are in the correspondence that staff referred to. I want to just focus again on the CEQA issue, and I will just point out that the staff report, including the summary from the Planning Director, didn't mention CEQA because the staff report doesn't address CEQA, and there's a really simple reason for that. No CEQA was conducted. And that is absolutely required before approval can occur. Deferral of a project to allow such review after approval of a project just simply isn't permitted. There's nothing, zero in CEQA that permits that. So the question is, was or was not CEQA adhered to at the time the license approval was granted? That's simply the question. So I have something I'll present to the clerk just so that the Commission can look at it, but it's a diagram of CEQA, and it starts with agency determination of whether or not it's a project. The counties acknowledge that is the case. There's no doubt about that. The public agency in the second step determines if the project's exempt. The county has in many of these kinds of cases, particularly pre-existing facility types of cases, use an exemption. It doesn't apply here. It simply doesn't apply. So after that determination is made, again, before the project is approved, there has to be an initial study and an actual substantive review of CEQA. If that did not occur at the time the Planning Director approved this, then there's no way to cure it by deferring it. There isn't a conditional kind of approval that allows correction of that kind of defect. So I'm just going to present this to the clerk for the Commission's consideration.
Thank you.
The rest of my comments on substantive issues of the nature of environmental impacts really, therefore, are something that would be considered if and when a new application is submitted for consideration and CEQA is properly adhered to. Thank you.
We will be adhering to a 3-minute time to speak. So if someone else would like to speak.
Tony Miller, Lewiston. I spoke last time, so I'll keep it short. Just really quick, I'd just like to say thank you to the staff, not just the current staff in the cannabis that's trudging through all this navigation and the stresses, and I'm sure the will you look into it and the constant challenges and the stresses that put on Trinity County staff. I've been a Trinity County employee for previously for 10 years, and yeah, it's small departments, lots of work under your direction. Yeah, it can be pretty daunting. Unfortunately, we are here today. It's just trying to find that end, just to find that, you know, I spoke last time on, you know, the cumulative effects. They're becoming daunting. You'll hear a lot of people. I talk to my kids. You'll probably hear from my son, who's just anxious to talk again. And often through this last 10 years or 15 years of the cannabis industry, this gray industry, trying to find some legitimacy in Trinity County, it's been tiring. But we've also, I've looked at it and talked to my kids about it, just having the understanding of things do change. There might be some opportunities. A lot of it was bringing some of the illegal stuff that was happening in the environment and legitimizing. So I voted, you know, there was a point of time when I voted yes for the legalization of cannabis in the state of California as well, because it was time to bring some legitimacy to it. The questions on, and we're in the growing that's going across the creek and the One Maple across, well, our property as well, and the family property, One Maple Winery. It's just, what it's doing is we were at first patient to see where I remember when it was described as this pretty minute growing, you know, just outdoor grow, and then year after year, just a little more growth, and neighbor befriending us and saying, oh, we're just going to keep this little family, or we're going to reinvest in the community, and kids going to go to school here and all this, and then the next season they're gone, and now we don't know the neighbors, and the constant rollover of it's not community minded. I met Mike, or a new neighbor, a few weeks or months ago, or 2 months ago, Mike, probably, at least. Anyways, our dog ran over the property, and it was my son went over there to recover our dog, you know, from the property, and I just wanted to make sure we had the introduction and stuff, and it was nice meeting somebody. The first introduction with my son Mason was, you know, why is the dogs over here? It's, you know, anyways, long story short, I just want to say thank you. We are against any future growth. Where's going to be the end? Where has the study been to the cumulative effect? Where's the actual finishing of the amount of impact that's happening? That'd be nice to see. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having us tonight. On our right with Flora. I'm also not going to speak too much more since last time. I think I was pretty clear. First of all, this appeal was not filed in a timely manner. I want you guys to refer to my report I filed last time. July 23rd was 6 days after the 10-day commenting period came to a close. That 10-day commenting period is for the time to file these appeals. First and foremost, we shouldn't even be here tonight, okay? Second of all, I'm not sure why staff can't read a project description in the last couple months since we've turned one in for CEQA, which is the only requirement on the public-facing document on the website online that we need to do right now. We are waiting for the county to get their EIR together by next summer. Cultivators have until 2022 to fulfill CEQA requirements, and until then, provisional licenses are valid. Provisional licenses are here to help businesses open, build their infrastructure, and operate while the county and the state gets their documents together. This applicant has done everything that they need to do in the local ordinance, first of all.
Their CDFW LSA agreement is in CDFW's hands right now to be written. A draft agreement's in process. Third point, we have a water board notice of applicability issued. All we need with the water board, including a statement of diversion that's only used for domestic purposes. We have a groundwater well that is approved and used for cultivation. No infrastructure has been built, thus no growing has happened on this property. And last but not least, there's a CDFA license ready to be issued once this is over. It DQs next month if we can't get local authorization taken care of. So I ask that the Planning Commission simply look at the facts that are before you right now. The facts are that we've done everything that we need to do to get a license. Any questions around that on staff's end can be handled. We've turned in everything we need to do months prior to this meeting. That's not on the licensee, that things can't be reviewed in a timely manner. So I urge you to look at the facts of this case, to look at the fact that we shouldn't even be here tonight, to look at the fact that everything has been done that needs to be done for a legal business to operate. This is agriculture. We have seasons to go by. We're at the end of the season now. We need to be ready to prepare for next season if his business is to open and thrive like every other opportunity we are given here in this great country. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Crystal Bell. I spoke last time. My husband Ernie and I are the owners of One Maple Winery. We're the appellates. Since I did speak, I didn't realize that we were going to be limited to 3 minutes, so I'm going to skip over some of the things that I've documented that I would do. But, you know, when you want to talk about the facts, please read the letters in your packets that describe how much our business has suffered from the existing grows that are there, the 2 adjoining grows that already exist that are there. Please look at that. Please look at and listen to the other members of our amazing group out here that wish to inform you of the other things that we're dealing with, not just with our business, but the community. The noise level, the trucks going down the hills, the screeching, the cracking, the fans at night, the smell, all of that. You've heard us talk about it. You're going to hear some more of it today too. But those are facts. Those are facts that affect the quality of our life and the facts that affect the business that we run and have for over 20 years. Now, I'm not here to dispute the 2 existing grows that are there now at this point. But I am here to implore that you take a look at what a third will do. All of this that we talk about is based on 2 grows that exist. Add a third into this mix, we're done. We're done. If you can sleep at night knowing that, go for it. But we can't. This is our livelihood. So I would wish that you really took a look at what those facts mean to us. The other thing is you take an oath to represent the citizens of our county, of which we have been for decades. We've donated money to various organizations in this county. We've had fundraiser events. We've been part of this community, and the community has been part of us. You know, I hate to see something like that go away just because you guys are allowing these businesses to come into a rural residential area where there's children. There's things that are happening. It doesn't belong there. It absolutely doesn't belong there. I hope that you take that into consideration tonight and deny this appeal, please. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Boyd. I am daughter of Ernie and Crystal Bell, owners of One Maple Winery. I actually live down in Chico, so I came up after I actually got out of work early to come up here. But I was raised in Trinity County, a resident of Lewiston at the age of 10, an active community member and supporter of our small town for over 25 years. It was my pleasure to introduce my friends, coworkers, and prospective customers to the winery and neighboring businesses. I had felt honored to showcase my family's hard work and encourage summer concerts, art clubs, classic car showcases, weddings, reunions, and charity events being held on our property, as I knew it would increase revenue for the entire county. I would outreach to nearby people, businesses, and towns to promote new ideas for highlighting our destination, an oasis, as countless visitors have referred to it being. Was, had, and would. All past tense terminology, all those occasions mentioned are no longer occurring. This is not due to our families or local organizations' lack of ambition, but a realization that the organic beauty of the Lewiston Valley has been diminished. What once was a naturally beautiful scene for a wedding backdrop or family photo is now glorified by chopped down trees and massive man-made buildings. The evenings once spent with crowds of people dining and dancing to local artists or to support volunteer associations or rally up community funds for our youth's world championship achievements is now blackened with the sounds of industrial fans and adorned only by year-round commercial lighting panels. The mornings once spent enjoying the refreshing breeze of clean mountain air by opening our house windows, which I'm sure you all get to do, is now squandered by the similar scent of a skunk, which has sprayed every inch of solid surface surrounding us. I watched the live feed of the last public hearing on September 10th, and with so many long-term permanent residents voicing their disappointment in their community leaders for allowing environmentally damaging and impersonal approach in their own backyard, I ask, why would you allow a cultivation to expand this detriment? My parents, our family, we have a dream to enhance the beauty we've invested in. A dream which not only benefits us and our county, but fulfills the visions of all who thrive for that Trinity Alps serenity. This dream is turning into a nightmare. An ugly vision scaring everyone away from our county, caused by greedy short-term marijuana enthusiasts, and unfortunately, stamped with approval by our very own planning commissioner director. Just as your county, trinitycounty.org webpage boasts, once you spend some time in Trinity County, you'll want to come again, and we'll be glad to see you. Turn your own county's words into actions and support our 20-year-plus business, your established community, and your patrons. Let your foundation enforce this.
Staff, could somebody please shut the door?
Close the door. We generally have it open for board meetings.
She asked for it
Pardon?
to be closed.
I asked for it to be open, so folks can hear. We asked the
audience. Oh, okay.
Generally for board meetings, we keep it open.
Okay, that's fine.
If you'd rather have it closed.
Well, no, there was quite a bit of noise coming in from it, that's the only thing. That's all right if,
Can I speak briefly? Because I'm going to talk about 1 minute and I'm going. I own Old Ridge Rafting and Guide Service and I live right across the street.
We need you to have a mask on, sir.
It's right here. Is that okay?
please speak. And
Thank you. My name is Scott Diaz and I own Old Ridge Rafting and Guide Service. I have lived in this home for 18 years. Over the past 3 years, what's going on is getting worse. It's sucking our water table down. So, and I know that there's a few people out here that live in line on Dirt Road next to Ernie, the Bells, that also have a water problem. When I'm watering my tomatoes and my wife is in the house using water, washing dishes, all of a sudden she comes out and says, we're out of water. And of course my hose runs out too. So I have to go reset the pump, because what's happening, if you allow more of these grows to happen, they're going to suck the water table down so much more, we're not going to have water to water our own gardens, our vegetables, or even take care of ourselves or shower. So that's all I have to say. Our water table is being sucked down by what's going on. Thank you.
Do you think it's better to have the door open? That's fine. I just was hearing a little echo.
Either way, there's a laptop out there, so I think it's good to let the door closed because the laptop's up.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Miller, and I live at the property just adjacent to the appeal. Thank you, board members, for your time and your consideration to hear my voice on the CCL-691. I understand that this is not the platform to express my voice of all of my concerns, of being shocked and appalled at the history and the leading events of the current state of all the processes, decision-making, and the unethical ways of business. I am under understanding that we will not be able to undo or change the current conditions that we are affected by daily, but I'm hoping that you will hear my voice. I am hoping to stop the expansion or hopefully slow down the continuation of the mass operations of the growing cannabis in our residential area. The attention and the energy that we spend in our everyday lives due to the mass cannabis operation in our residential neighborhood happen like a thief in the night. One day coming home from work, we literally felt the ground vibrating due to the earth moving across the creek. As we discovered that this was just to be a small grow, this has now become a mass operation of cannabis. At first, we were respectfully being tolerant neighbors until the small grow across the Grass Valley Creek kept growing and growing, just as our attention kept growing and growing. What also kept growing was the increase in traffic, not only on the county road, but the in and out, people at all hours of the night and in early morning hours. The increase of random gunshots firing off at night that are not due to hunting, the increased number of people walking across our property just to get across the creek to get to the other side. We once freely were able to walk alone down the street or up behind our property, but now it is with caution due to the odd and not normal behavior and activity that should happen in a rural neighborhood. As the constant change of our owners and buyers and people, so did the constant change of the area become more and more greenhouses after greenhouses. With that, now we have fans. The increased noise, which is now daily and in all hours of the day and night, is a constant interruption. The noise level of the fans can be heard in our house when the windows are open, especially during the beautiful early morning hours and the late summer evenings. These fans now drown out the sounds of the creek amongst the sounds of all of nature. My son tries to do schoolwork outside the deck and he cannot concentrate with the loud noise of the fans. He just wishes they would stop. We now have bright, obnoxious orange glowing light. This is not just your neighbor's garage light that is left on. This is a massive orange light that when we once complained to the commission, Leslie Hubbard told us that this disrupts the balance of the nature's rhythmic cycle. Since the small neighborly grow now turned massive operation, we now have the obnoxious smell of the cannabis. The inside of my house and car smells. Thank you for your time. I just want to leave you with this, that what was once bad is now good, and what was once good is now considered bad. This just cannot be okay. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm Gail Ward. I live in the area. This area of Lewiston that we're talking about is primarily designated as rural residential. My husband and I moved here with our daughter 22 years ago in 1998 when he retired. We, like many others, chose a country life and lifestyle over living in a city or urban environment. This is a choice made by many retirees like us, as well as families choosing a safe place to raise their children. Additionally, many local residents and/or their grown children have lived in the area for literally decades. Now we are faced with what up until now has been an unchallenged surge of properties being purchased by growers and converted into cannabis grows. If approved, this license will be the third approved for adjacent properties along Grass Valley Creek. It may well be that each of these properties have different owners on the paperwork, but it is no coincidence that these properties are contiguous APNs. There also have been recent sales of other adjacent properties which follow the same pattern. The impact is indeed cumulative. These cannabis operations are commercial, not residential. They don't belong here in what has always been a family-friendly community. You, the planning commissioners, are in the position right now to decide what our community will become. Your decision now decides our fate. Will this area remain a refuge for families, retirees, and others seeking to live in a quiet, safe, neighborly environment? Or with your decision, will you open the floodgates to commercial cannabis converting our community in what will end up being known as the Lewiston Cannabis Valley. Our hope is that you will respect the history of the area and the overwhelming desires of the local residents, rather than those who have recently moved here for strictly financial reasons, with no regard or respect for the impact it has on the rest of the community or the opinions of the long-term residents. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Tom Malenko, Douglas City. Quite a few things coming up here. One, we can't saddle an individual cultivator who's done exactly what the county has specified on its website, in its protocols. This is what you do to get a cannabis license. He has done that. And now say, oh, well, it shouldn't be in rural residential, or it should, you know. Provisional license happen. Probably half of the licenses in Trinity County are provisional licenses. If that is an issue, then that is something for the board to deal with. As far as fans operations, this is not operating. We have no idea about whether he intends to use fans. There's any of these complaints as far as existing operations don't apply to this applicant. Another thing, we have reversed the way CEQA works. When there's a CEQA challenge, you don't stop the project. I've said this before. There would never be another tree cut, another fracking well, another offshore oil platform if that's how CEQA works. It doesn't work that way. You give the license. If somebody wants to go to court and challenge it, they can try and get an injunction. And then they balance the equities. That's not what happened here. We should go ahead, issue this license. It's already complied, that's why it was published. And in terms of impacts on the local neighborhood, people are talking about things like water. I don't know much about One Maple Winery, but I do see that they have about 10 acres of grapes under cultivation. I don't know where their water comes from, but I know one place it certainly doesn't come from legally is Grass Valley Creek, because you can go on the State Water Board website and see everybody who's got a lawful straw in that creek. The 3 properties that are growing cannabis or want to grow cannabis all have them. They also all have Fish and Wildlife, 1,600 permits. One Maple doesn't have one. None of the so-called friends of Grass Valley Creek have them. So with friends like that, Grass Valley Creek probably doesn't need enemies. These guys are complying with the environmental laws that are set out. This reminds me of a game we used to play in my neighborhood called 10 Gorilla, where when a new kid came, we play a game, tell them the rules, and then if they started to win, we change the rules. That's not how this is supposed to work. He's complied with the rules. Let's get this license issued and move this along. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Hello, my name is Lori Wills, and I've lived near Coffin Road in One Maple Winery for over 20 years. In an effort to save time and for the record, please refer to my written letters in your packets for details about the CEQA, water, and nuisance concerns that I submitted. Tonight I want to focus on some other concerns. Instead of the county taking a balanced approach, carefully evaluating how the cannabis industry would be compatible with respect to the location of these commercial operations, the board simply opened the floodgates in our residential communities and is allowing these operations to encroach on our family residences and long-term businesses like One Maple Winery. These ordinances must be amended, and urgent consideration needs to be given to expanding the opt-out zones in Lewiston. The county needs to stop adding fuel to the fire by rubber stamping approval on news applications until they can get a handle on these problems. The residents and businesses in our neighborhood deserve the same considerations and protections afforded to the residents and businesses in other parts of Lewiston already included in those opt-out zones. The current unprotected zones in Lewiston, like the neighborhood we live in, should not have a target on its back to become the designated area as the next up-and-coming Trinity Pines. The system is broken. We are fed up with relying on a complaint system that provides no feedback or changes. We are fed up reviewing cannabis files that are well documented with permit violations, canopy size violations, water violations, and in some cases well-known criminal violations. We are fed up with the lack of CEQA compliance. We are tired of being the county's quasi-code enforcement watchdog when we did not sign up for these jobs. We are tired of filing appeals that are delayed over and over or go unanswered altogether. We are tired of hearing the county does not have sufficient resources to deal with these problems in a timely manner. Problems county officials they themselves created by not having the proper infrastructure and resources in place before throwing out the welcome mat to cannabis growers all over the world. We are tired of feeling our safety and well-being is at risk. And we are tired, but that doesn't mean we will stop fighting. Enough is enough. And our concerns and our party are growing with our organized group. I urge you to please vote.
Your time is up.
Oh, thank you for your consideration.
I believe we have somebody on the line with a hand up for a comment.
I do have a.
Excuse me, if you could wait just a moment, there's somebody
no problem.
on the line that wants to speak. I'm sorry?
I figured that in-person people were going to speak first, because you usually ask for Zoom at the end.
Would you like to do that?
Okay. I'm sorry?
Would you like to do the Zoom at the
Yeah,
end?
the Zoom at the end. I
Okay, you
think
just
would
want
be
to let
better.
people know we've recognized their hands are up and we'll be getting to them maybe?
Yes, as soon as we're done with the
Okay.
Thank you. All right, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mason Miller, and I would kind of like to bring up the issue of the fans that you've heard a lot about. Just walking around at nighttime, trying to just have a good night out walking. It's kind of hard to try to listen to the crickets and the other sounds of nature, because you can barely hear them over the sounds of the greenhouse fans. It sounds more like an industrial area than a real residential valley. I don't mind that they're growing marijuana, but the cumulative effects on everyone's daily lives is outstanding. You can just see how many people have come today. By passing their permit, I know this will get worse. Please take in consideration all the people that you'll be negatively affecting by allowing more growing across our Grass Valley Creek. And also, I want to bring up what their attorney brought up about the limited season. This is a year-round issue. It's not just seasonal. Thank you, and have a good night.
Well, my name is Peggy Wallach, and I live downstream where the confluence of Grass Valley Creek and Trinity River is. The property in question belonged to my husband's grandparents. On the property that they want to expand, there are the graves of 3 people that we know. The Fry brothers that owned it before the Lease family, and a stillborn baby born to the Lease family. I don't think it's respectful, and I think it's an abomination to have that sort of thing where people are buried. Thank you.
Is there anyone? Okay.
My name is Tina Tusher and I live in Lewiston. I've lived in Lewiston for 27 years. I moved to Lewiston because of the beauty of the trees, the quietness, the river, the lakes. And over the last 10 years, we've even just floating the river, you see changes from the marijuana grows. I've had 2 biologists staying at my home for the last couple of months that are doing work for Trinity PUD. They're up doing fire breaks and they're looking at the fire lines. Every night that they come home to my house and they sit on the back deck and they talk about all of the destruction and the damage that the grows have done to Trinity County. I have listened to it night after night after night. I really, really hope that you listen to every person here, because the grows that you're allowing in Lewiston, it is going to change that town forever. Nothing good is going to come of this. You have plenty of grows there already. Please do not allow any more. And I beg you to please listen to the owners of One Maple Winery and all that they have done for this community, and all these taxpayers out here. I watched my friends, the Grosses. They had a business in Lewiston. They wanted to expand that business, and they were turned down by the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission. 7 families moved from Lewiston and followed them to Montana, where they now have 60 employees. That business could have been thriving here, but it's not. And it was a good business, a regular, normal business. I'm begging you to listen to the complaints of the noise, the garbage, the water, and please deny this and stop letting these permits go through any longer. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Justin Hawkins. Cannabis projects are a little different than normal CEQA projects right now. There is a statutory exemption at the state level for cannabis operations like the ones we're talking about here. And if it's true that there's a pending state license ready to be issued, that's because the state also felt that they met the CEQA requirements. The county did too, obviously. But I think the real question before the commission tonight would be getting to the bottom of whether or not the appeal was filed timely. And the thing with CEQA is that you have a time to appeal, a window, and then the project moves forward if those appeals don't actually, if there's no appeal. You have to, you can't just continue to allow projects to go forward and then have challenges after the fact. In the case of a mitigated negative declaration or EIR, usually it's like a 30-day window. This project, they're given a 10-day window to appeal. So the question is, did they actually appeal on time? I think that's a great question for staff, and that has to be gotten to the bottom of, because if the appeal was not filed timely and outside of the window, and CEQA is very strict about the window needing to be, the appeal has to be filed within the window. It's only fair because then the project can move forward if there's no appeal. So the question is, was the appeal timely filed? And if not, this is all moot. The project needs to be able to move forward because they have met the requirements that's allowed by the state and the county currently. Thank you.
It's hot in there. Good evening, Commissioners, Acting Chair Stewart. Lisa Wright from Lewiston. I live in Lewiston. I'm a Lewiston resident. I moved to California actually because of cannabis and the medical need for cannabis. And I have never had any opposition to that, having lived in Lewiston. So it's very curious to me because it's like everything bad that's going on in these people's neighborhood is apparently because of cannabis. And I really don't understand or see that. I happen, to live there. I also, over the years, every day I drive by on Old Lewiston Road, One Maple Winery. I've sent people there who use cannabis. What an abomination. They use cannabis and they've gone to One Maple Winery. They've drank their wine. somehow there's been this insinuation that cannabis users don't like festivities or weddings or scenic festivals, which is all not true. It's not attributable. We're not different kinds of people because we like or use cannabis, and quite frankly, I'm quite insulted by that. Cannabis is the main industry that is supporting the economy in Trinity County. The Board of Supervisors has said that the county is in the red, and it will be further in the red, and has the chance to actually cease operations if the cannabis tax doesn't pass. I'm sure that these people still want services with fire and police and the protections and the services of the county. So I think it's rather hypocritical to come in and just blanketly attack cannabis. Number one, the appeal was not filed in a timely manner. 6 days afterwards. We should not be here taking everyone's time. Number two, you've allowed people to speak again, getting another 3 minutes, and you haven't allowed that for everyone. So that's a violation as well. CEQA, you're allowed to have provisional licenses. As was stated, the state licenses are, you just have to show progress towards CEQA, and the county actually has until July of 2021 to have their CEQA document in place, and cultivators until January of 2022. So that point is moot, that somehow it's not okay to allow provisional licenses. The appellants we've shown lack their own environmental permitting. They're having a legal diversion. There's no statement of diversion on file with the Division of Water Rights. There's no SIUR, there's no LSA, all things which this applicant has done per the law. All the components have been satisfied. He has his lake and streambed alteration agreement, and the state license is ready to be issued because he's met everything, including showing progress towards CEQA compliance. The county website posts public facing that you need to begin that process with the initial studies project description on file with the county. I urge you to deny this appeal. There is no basis for it, in fact, and issue the license immediately. Thank you.
Hi, I've been living in Lewiston for about 5 years. You know, I went through this whole cannabis deal all my life. And you know, all there is, they're ruining our country, they're ruining our county, our children, and all it is behind greed. You know, one day they're gonna have to pay for it.
Good evening, my name is John Thompson. I live at 11 Wildlock Road. I've been a 40-year resident of Trinity County. The last 36 years has been at 11 Wildlock Road. I understand that commercial cannabis is here to stay. However, I should not have to suffer with the odor created by this operation. Perhaps someday in the future, technology will improve and they can scrub this odor. But right now, I shouldn't have to close my windows in the mornings and evening to avoid the odor. I understand he's a businessman, he's trying to make a living. We're all doing that. But we shouldn't have other people suffer from one's activities. Thank you for hearing me.
All right, Mayor. I think I'm going to throw it up like this. If you can't get stuff done in a timely fashion, hire new people. Seriously. This is how this county makes its money. Big time. And now with all the fires, the price just skyrocketed, people. And you're denying people their permits? That's ridiculous. Ridiculous, especially when they put it in a timely fashion. That's just ridiculous.
Hi, I'm Kathy Mitchell, and I spoke last time, but I just wanted to clarify something that was said tonight about the cannabis industry. I think there's been this misconception that we are totally against marijuana in our area. We don't want it grown right in our faces. There's plenty of area around that can be grown
where it's not affecting people. And somebody made a statement just a few minutes ago about how the marijuana industry is the main problem and it's not affecting her. And I believe that Lewiston Goose Ranch area and that part of this area is an opt-out zone, and it's not affecting them. So when they tell you that they can't understand what these people are going through, I live in that same opt-out zone, and I think it's wonderful. I live across the street from the elementary school. It is a good life, but that's not what these people are experiencing. These people are experiencing a completely different way of life. So when they get up here and speak about how it's not affecting them, of course it's not, because somebody fought to make that a no-grow zone for them. So I just wanted to share that with you, and so you can maybe consider that when you're debating. Thank you.
If there's anybody still on Zoom that wants to speak, okay.
Are you calling my name?
Yes, Veronica, you're up.
Hi, Veronica Kelly Alves in Douglas City. Many folks voted to approve recreational cannabis to help those that were subsistence growers become legal and avoid the threat of legal actions for their personal grows. Some even thought commercial growers, that many people knew, would also be able to cultivate a business that would support their families while allowing the characteristics and community fabric of Trinity County to continue and even thrive. What started out as a good idea has begun to push residents from their home and businesses. Money spent creating a lifestyle and quiet enjoyment of life is considered nothing. There are many differences between a subsistence grow and commercial grow that should engage common sense in determining the appropriate placement to ensure the 4 principles set forth by our Board of Supervisors. Commercial agriculture shouldn't take over established neighborhoods. The facts are, they don't belong just anywhere. Some will argue that the paperwork has been submitted, the payments have been made, hand over the license, please and thank you. Cannabis licensing is a process, not just paperwork and payment. It would appear this process is not complete. A cluster of commercial grows now exists in the same area that could affect a long-established, ambiance-driven business and residential neighborhood. We have seen no cumulative effects report on what this cluster is doing to water, noise, or traffic. Is it not in the purview of the Commission and/or the Department to require additional reports when neighborhoods and neighboring businesses may be affected both environmentally and economically? Not done. They have paid to argue that they should have what they have paid for all of these years, a peaceful neighborhood and home life. Unfortunately, the agricultural crop of cannabis has inherent public nuisance issues that are difficult to mitigate. They are especially difficult, if not impossible, to mitigate when dropped next to a non-agricultural spot, usually known as a home. There are businesses that rely on ambience, outdoor space, and fresh air to entice customers to visit. It is starting to appear as if by trying to help our growers, we are sending away what else makes this county so amazing. The white-collar workers, the homemakers, the non-agricultural businesses, the hiking and biking tourists, the artists and artist lovers. The rural charm and character of Trinity County becomes less and less of a consideration in deciding where commercial agriculture grows are allowed. The cumulative effects of clusters of commercial cannabis grows has yet to be fully explored. A person's home shouldn't become a prison due to a commercial agricultural grow that can't help infiltrating their personal space. Odor travels, light travels, sounds travel. Sadly, there is no bite to enforcement in Trinity County. Please consider granting this appeal. We need more cumulative effects for clusters of grows within our county, and I hope you will consider that. We all need a place to live. Thank you. And now, Dave, I have a second person here that would like to speak and start their time over, if that's allowed.
If it's a second person, yes.
Good evening, Board. Dave Alves, Douglas City. Thank you for hearing me. I keep coming up before the Commission and the Board of Supervisors expounding water issues. Being a longtime resident from my parents, great-grandparents from 1850s, I've witnessed the commercial marijuana, the cumulative effects of water deprivation for those who were here before. It's evident. I've talked to multiple people, those in favor and those growing themselves in disfavor of marijuana, who all say the same thing: my wells are dry. There is no county water inspections whatsoever being done. What they do when they apply for these licenses is they go to the state water board. The state water board has no idea of underground water capabilities of this county. This county has no idea. They keep going back and forth saying, well, if the state water board approved it, it must be good to go. There is no inspection or cumulative effects ever done. And what happens is, for instance, myself, all of the Ratings Creek but residences who have been put there without a cumulative effect on water effects, so I don't have a garden any longer. I don't have a yard any longer. I don't have much water at all except to flush my toilet. This is what's happening to this county, and it's why this is such contention. Water has been the war of the West forever, and what you're doing is granting these licenses cumulatively on the same properties, and the people downstream are not getting water, and you're not taking that into effect whatsoever. Thank you.
Is there anyone else on Zoom?
Joan Carr is next.
This is Joan Carr. Hi, Planning Commission. My name is Joan Carr. I'm the owner of APN 0252915 at 300 Gate Road, Lewiston. I'm asking you to vote in favor of the appeal of the newly approved commercial cannabis cultivation license to the CL 2020-91 at APN 0251837 150 Coffin Road. My home is set over the large vineyard at One Maple Winery and over Grass Valley Creek to the Coffin Road area. I have owned this property for 20 years and currently work from home at that site. My husband and I value living here in the mainly residential Grass Valley Creek neighborhood where it has historically been peaceful and quiet. The Coffins were quiet and respectful people and good neighbors. One Maple Winery has occasional agricultural noise once or twice a year for spraying or harvest, and the bells are quiet and helpful neighbors. When I returned to work from home full-time in the spring of 2014, I counted my blessings to be able to be here full-time in the peace and quiet of the the Coffin Road area. Someone hammering, etc. Heavy equipment work. The attended reverse warning noises. Well drilling and tank construction. Heavy vehicle traffic over construction equipment supplies concrete and or dirt. Increased traffic later on Coffin Road, especially noisy trailers, often in the evening or the dark. Noise from the farm, loud music, offensive birds, cussing, etc. Dog noise on occasion. Sound travels well across the valley. Greenhouse glow after dark on occasion, ruining our good dark skies. My historical scenic view has been lighted by greenhouses with bright white coverings. Noise from presumably large fans run all night long, so we no longer sleep with our windows open. Pungent odor on occasion, more during the summer and sometimes overnight. I have noticed these changes from my own home, from my deck and my property, and strongly object to them and their possible effects on my property value. I expect any new cultivation license to exhibit the same bad neighbor behaviors. There will be a cumulative effect of now 3 active commercial licenses along Coffin Road as relates to noise, increased traffic load, odor, and on the continued destruction of our community.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you very much for allowing me my time. I'm sorry I didn't get it all in. Thank you.
Okay, the next person that wants to speak is named Rick. And I'm going to unmute him.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Rick Leweiler and my wife Sue. We're here in Lewiston, California. And we wanted to speak because we are completely in favor of commercial grows where they belong. And we believe that they don't belong in our neighborhoods. We were asked earlier to pay attention to the facts, and I hope that the board does pay attention to facts. The fact is that the board is here to protect and represent the interests of the residents of this county. The board should recognize there are 3,200 square miles in this county. Lewiston is only 20 of them, and we represent almost 10% of the population of the entire county. And yet, for some reason, the county believes that these commercial grows with all the bad influences and impacts that have been described should happen in the midst of our neighborhoods. There is simply no reason for this to take place. There's lots of other places for it to be, and there should be some sense of respect for homes, for persons, for businesses, so that they are not negatively impacted while we seek the right ways to allow commercial grows within our county. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, William Sharp.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thanks for taking my call. I'd like to thank the commission for your time. I'd just like to speak. I'm a resident in Weaverville. I live on Oregon Street and have for 20 years, and have been a lifelong resident in Trinity County. Raised our children here, and have deep roots here, and have watched the county wax and wane over the years with logging and with different things of one kind or another. And what has always remained true is that it seems like we always put money before we put thought. And we've always paid the consequences for that action. It started with mining, then it went to logging, and now it's marijuana. And when we put money before we put thought, we forget about the people that came before us. And the people that came here before marijuana were exactly the people that have been up talking tonight. And they deserve to be heard. They deserve to be counted. And they deserve to be held in account that is respectful to the commitment that they've made to this community, to this county. And for the commission to continue to issue licenses for marijuana grows without considering the accumulative effect that these grows are having on these communities. And in Trinity County, it's not just a community in Weaverville. There's a little micro community. People have built relationships and lifetimes and styles. And for the commission not to consider the impact that you're having on these little communities is just wrong. It's despicable, and I don't blame you for it. I understand. I understand the need to create work, to create prosperity. But at what price are we willing to create that prosperity and that work? There needs to be more thought put into where we put commercial operations. There's areas in the county that can be designated commercial. It doesn't have to be just where the next good deal was on a piece of land in a little community because a 90-year-old just passed away and he didn't have any children to buy his home. So a marijuana grower comes in and swoops it up for a good deal because he's got a lot of cash. And this community needs money. And there's no thought put into the process of what that accumulative impact just had on that neighborhood. And we just need to stop. And we all need to think about what these impacts are. And we need to consider the folks that have come before us. And that's all I've got. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I believe that is it for Zoom.
All right, if there is no one else, then we will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to staff.
So we do have Derek Cole, who is our CEQA attorney, on the line, and he has some information on the CEQA process from the county's perspective.
All right, thank you.
On you, please. He's unmuted.
Derek, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Derek Cole. I have been working with the county on the cannabis EIR as well as cannabis compliance issues. I was previously county counsel from 2008 to 2013. I apologize for the poor decor behind you. I'm sitting from my kitchen table this evening, but I have been listening both to this hearing and all of the speakers and all of the deliberations, and then I was on listening when you had this item back last month. So I just want to go through a few things and explain why staff is taking the position it is taking, and that position was in consultation with the legal side. And that is, to start with, I think there are some misperceptions about what is in CEQA or what is in the state statutes. Folks have referred to previous legislation, and they've talked about some deadlines that used to exist for having our programmatic EIR and what those were extended. Those refer to what was previously known as SB 94, which was the initial legislation, and then there was SB 97, which extended the deadline for programmatic EIR into next year. But it's very critical that those statutes enacted a section in the California Code, in Business and Professions Code 26055 subdivision H, which said that the public agencies themselves, the county, do not have to do CEQA for their programmatic documents or for their programmatic ordinances or their general plan policies or their specific plan policies until the date that is given, which initially was the July 1st of 2019 and then has been extended 2 years to July 1st of next year. But it's critical that the very same statute that says that mentions that the agencies have to do site-specific CEQA review. So anytime a license comes before the county for approval, the county must do CEQA. We have no exemption. I think there was a reference earlier to an exemption by one of the speakers. There is no exemption for cannabis. Cannabis licenses that are issued site-specifically by a public agency like the county cannot be issued without CEQA compliance. And so that brings us to what we have tonight, which is a new application for a new license. And I want to briefly talk about how the county has handled existing cannabis licenses, because that will explain why staff is taking the position it is taking. With existing licenses, we go back a few years to the initial urgency ordinance. And the idea of the urgency ordinance was to bring people who had been cultivating into the new program. And so those individuals who signed up initially, there were about, I think, a little under 300, the number is 281, 282, but somewhere under 300 licenses were initially issued. So those were the folks who came in, they had previously been under the water board order, and they obtained licenses issued under the urgency ordinance. Critically, from a CEQA standpoint, there were no challenges to those licenses. And those licenses were issued on a one-year basis. And so the applicants who got those licenses, who were not challenged, then basically had the benefit of their license for that 1 year. And then they came and they renewed their licenses again for a second year. And then many of them came and renewed their licenses again for a third year. And that's significantly because under CEQA court cases, the case law that the lawyers and the planners all look at, we have this concept of baseline. And what our courts have said is that when you are looking at a CEQA baseline, you look to what was permitted previously, if you're dealing with a previously permitted project. And so with the existing licenses, the ones that we have been granting for the past few years, we started with a baseline of the existing use, the previously approved use. And so what we then did is we've instructed all of the existing cultivators that if they do exactly the same thing that they did the year before, if they do not disturb any new acreage, they do not build any new structures, and if they just do exactly what they did the year before, then there might be a basis for an exemption. And typically we have either the Class 1 exemption, which is existing facilities, or the Class 4 exemption, which deals with minor or no disturbance to land. And basically what staff has done is provide a means for those who have been in our program, who have received licenses previously, to stay in our program. And as long as they don't do anything new, as long as they stay within the envelope of previously permitted activity, that allows us to issue an exemption because the delta between the project and the baseline is nil. The baseline is essentially what was done before, and the project is simply continuing what was done before, so there's no delta, there's no difference. In that situation, we are able to issue an exemption. The reason we've done that is because we've told those cultivators that we are in the process of programmatically reviewing our EIR. And as I think the commission knows, the board has given some direction about forestalling some of the discussions about stacking and other discussions about extending the cap on permits so that we can get that EIR done and we can programmatically review that EIR, get that programmatic EIR adopted. And then that will allow for some expansion of the existing cannabis licenses. The reason being that we will study the impacts, including watershed impacts, including cumulative impacts, cumulative road impacts, and other impacts. And then those existing growers can effectively tier off of the analysis that is done programmatically. That's why we are doing that. Now with the new licenses, which is what we have here, we have something entirely different. We have someone who has not been in the program before, and they do not have a previously approved use. And so the baseline is different. An existing cultivator who has been in our system has a baseline that is the disturbed condition that existed before. A new cultivator who has not been in our system starts with a much lower baseline. Their baseline could, if it's undisturbed land, be literally the native land itself. And so then the delta between what they're proposing, which is the project, and their baseline is significant. There is a difference between what they're proposing and what their baseline is. And so in that situation, we don't have the ability to make a categorical exemption determination because the grounds for a categorical exemption simply do not exist. And particularly, this is the case with respect to cumulative impacts. So in this situation, as many speakers have recognized, you already have a winery as well as cultivators who are tapping into the local watershed. And so now we would be adding yet another use that would be tapping into that same watershed. That is a quintessential case of a cumulative impact. And CEQA says that before we can approve that particular project, we have to study not only the impacts of that use in and of itself, but we have to study the impacts of that use combined with all of the other uses that exist or that might exist. We also have to look at foreseeable projects that we know might come in the future. And so we can't approve this license because we have not done a CEQA analysis at this time. And this is a new license. This is not an existing license. And so we cannot rely on an exemption. And as I mentioned, there is no statutory exemption for cannabis in state law. State law says very clearly that when someone comes forward for a discretionary approval from a local agency, that requires a CEQA review. So we're in a situation where at this time we do not have a programmatic EIR in place. The programmatic EIR might allow some new licenses, or certainly will alleviate much of the burdens of preparing an environmental analysis for new licenses, but that's not in place. And my understanding is we still have a few months to go before that will be in place. And so we have a situation where we have a licensee that does not have a CEQA analysis that the county can rely on to issue its license. The licensee does have the ability to go have a consultant prepare their own analysis, to start with an initial study, and to present those to staff, and staff can review those. It might be possible that a mitigated negative declaration could be prepared. I don't want to suggest that that's the case here or at any other site, but that's, well, ultimately, when it comes to a new license, we need all of the applicants to do that. We need them to do their own initial study and present that to staff for staff's review and use. And then that's something we especially need to have until we have the EIR in place. So I just want to make very clear tonight, the county cannot issue this license because there has been no CEQA review. And this is a new license, and there clearly are cumulative impacts that would need to be studied. So I'm not taking any position about any of the things members of the public have heard about whether this is a good use, whether any of the impacts you've heard about, or the neighborhood compatibility issues. That's not the issue. The issue is that we have a new use that has no CEQA analysis at all, and that staff nor council believes could qualify for an exemption. And so the only thing to do now is for the applicant to have an initial study prepared and to present that. And so essentially that goes to the issue of tonight. I understand Mr. Underwood's position that the commission needs to adopt this, needs to grant the appeal because there was no CEQA analysis done. Our position is that the issue should be moot because there has not been a decision. There was a notice given of the intention to make the decision, but the planning director did not actually make the decision to issue the license. And the planning director has sent notice to all of the licensees who are asking for new licenses, the applicants, that the county will require them to do an initial study. So in our position, this is really moot. We're not going to approve this appeal. We cannot approve this license until there's an initial study performed. The only other thing I'll mention, and then I will be happy to answer any questions the commission may have, is that offer provisional license step. To do that is because of the cumulative impacts and the fact that we have a CEQA project that has a potentially very large delta between the project conditions and the baseline conditions.
Excuse me, Mr. Cole, can you repeat? Can you repeat what you?
So, I heard there was reference to provisional licenses. Provisional licenses do exist at the state level, but local governments do not have to give those. We have tried to conform our provisional practice with the state's practice when it comes to our existing growers, the ones who have been in our system for years, but we are not required to do that. Just because the state issues a provisional license does not mean the county must issue a provisional license. And when it comes to new licenses, the county is not issuing provisional licenses. So overall, that addresses the secret issue. And again, one final detail, the community development director had not issued the license. The notice of intent to issue the license had been given. So this timing issue, this appeal is timely because the decision technically had not been made. And so I think the applicants are running their date from a different date that doesn't apply. So this is a timely appeal, but our position at the end of the day is it's a moot appeal because we are moving forward and requiring all licensees who ask for new licenses to do an initial study. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
And Madam Chair, and Mr. Cole, I would like to jump in and say those letters will be sent out next week. We've been preparing the letters to our licensees. Both the licenses that are noted have been noticed and not approved yet, meaning signed and issued, and those had not will all require full site specific CEQA, and those letters will be sent out next week, early next week.
Okay.
I just wanted to explain that.
So we can't, what are we supposed to be doing? We can't approve the appeal or grant the appeal, and we, so basically.
Staff recommendation?
Yeah.
Is to defer the approval of this to, so site-specific CEQA.
Until that comes in,
That's
okay,
the staff
so,
recommendation.
okay.
But, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Question for you. But since you have not yet issued a license, and you're not going to issue the license until the CEQA is done, we actually don't have to take any action at all.
Exactly.
And that is what Mr. Cole referred to as the appeal being mute.
Right.
That's some crap.
At least until CEQA is done.
All right.
If I may, my recommendation would be, just for the sake of the record, for the commission to make a motion to table the item because it's moot. I think that would be the correct action to take. So there is a vote and an action that can be reported in your minutes and reflect what actually happened.
All right, thank you very much. Before we do that, is there any discussion from the commission? If not, could I have a motion?
So moved. Table it.
A second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so the motion is that this item be tabled as the appeal is moot at this point?
That's my motion.
Yeah, that's your motion. Okay, and that's your second.
Correct.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, it's unanimous. Thank you. So we are going to move on to item 3, and after item 3, we will jump to item 6, and then we will take items 4 and 5. Yes, I was just going to say, but before we go to item 3, we will take a 5-minute break. So if we could be back at 8:40.
Madam Chairman, I'm going to leave streaming up so that it'll stay up during the break.
Okay, thank you.
I'm turning off the microphone. But his live stream is still streaming.
Thank you.
We're taking the 5.
Yes, it's only 40. 6 minutes.
How are you?
I think the item number. Each item is the same pattern. So it'll do the same thing.
Yeah, Kelly's got most of the stuff I got. Oh, Tuesday night. Was that a board meeting?
Yeah.
That was the first one. I'll show you.
Got it.
Oh, you
Yeah,
know,
discussion.
she was our biggest.
She was doing the same
Yeah.
thing. They were doing it,
Right. That's what Debbie was doing.
Yeah, and I basically a few seconds here.
Yeah, I already had to go, come on. She's in, she's in a
Whenever my replacement arrives, I will allow the people to
Well, I can.
I think some of it is.
Oh, Chairman is getting the full commission and other people
Not
are
everybody's counted, you know. 100 graves.
Anyway.
Well, that's kind of what I suggested, that there was interferences and atmosphere. Last week was horrible with, so, everything else. Right. It's doing pretty good tonight, from what because I've watched Archie's place, and I just, really not.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is what it is. Yeah. It's not really perfect. Right.
The connection here is a wireless connection.
Hopefully it's not home tomorrow. It's okay. It's a lot.
Couldn't you talk first? What's going on? Come on, seriously. Is this the meeting on logging? Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So they took all
So this is right. Yeah. No, I get it. Just at home, I run into these problems all the time.
Yeah, and we need to public comment. I think it's actually, did you tell us even though we had this big kind of mess up here, but I think when people back in, it seems to be better. I mean, so far, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it go through people all around.
So Darryl, what do you think those buses are? That's on the internet? You're because the voice is coming through fine on the laptop. That's YouTube, right?
Yeah.
It could be.
You know, it's not like I didn't have anything else going on. Something tells me to throw something into the mix. So. How are the kids?
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there was a time it went out for about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
You got a bow? Any excuse to not work.
We're using their laptops now, right? Well, I keep
You can start making shows like they
anyway, there's people out there listening to what's going on here.
Because everything out there is pretty much. Line of sight. some of the line of sight, I mean, even
So there is a distinction between the baseline and the try.
Well, that's.
Well, we were told that, huh?
That's what they're,
Interesting.
that's what they're.
281 or 282?
Yeah. It's an interesting development. Okay.
Plans just all done. I don't know what happened. They were interested in this. So it's a practice. Yeah, and there's some ambience. Whatever. It's just so different. And then 2 days later, if you use it for that,
No comment or fit?
Smile, thanks. It's a new style, I like it. It sits out.
I'm calling the meeting back to order, and I want to repeat that we are changing the order of the agenda items. We're going to hear item number 3, then item number 6, and after item number 6, we will hear 4 and 5. So item number 3 is an appeal of the planning director's decision. Put my glasses on. P20-27, an appeal of planning director's decision to approve a commercial cannabis license application CCL-106 for 1050 Rowdy Bear Road, Post Mountain. The appellant is Jay Coogan. Licensee is P. Petkoff. And it's for APN 019-280-03-00. And this was continued from the September 10th, 2020 meeting.
Okay, we've received a request from the appellant's representative who just stepped into the room.
Thank you, Jim Underwood, on behalf of the appellant. The appellant is here, but has asked that because of the fire down just south of them, and because we don't have a full commission as a result of that, and because he believes that there have been some other folks here to testify, it's his request that this be continued. Certainly that's up to the commission. We could proceed if that's the commission's wish, but the request is that this be continued.
We also have the licensee's representative and the licensee present as well.
All right.
Did you want to hear from us on that subject?
They're not in the room?
We're here.
We're here. We're all here.
Okay. Okay, so,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I think. Could the licensee and the, please let us know what your wishes are, if you would like to continue as well?
He wants to talk right now about this.
This is Tom Blake. I'm the attorney for the licensee.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And we'd like to proceed, understanding that there's fires, but they threatened the licensee. They were here last commission meeting when we had the continuance. So, you know, if the license was issued, it might be a different question, but since it's kind of in abeyance, we'd like to proceed and get onto the substance of it.
All right, Commission, I'm inclined to go ahead and hear this. Any thoughts, Commissioner Matthews?
I think we ought to proceed.
Okay,
If
then.
one of the parties
As well as
wants to proceed, the
yeah,
other party
I
has
agree.
said they would be willing to go, but I prefer not to.
Okay, let's go ahead and proceed then.
I just found it. Sorry about that. Too much paper. I lost my staff report. I apologize. Okay, yes, this is another item that was continued from the September 10th to 2020 meeting after we had technical issues with the Zoom. The applicant appellant is John Coogan. The agent is Jim Underwood Law Office. The request is an appeal of the planning director's decision to approve commercial cannabis license CCL 2020-106. This is a renewal. This license has been in place for several years. The location is 1050 Rowdy Bear Road, assessor's parcel number 019-280-03-00. The approximate acreage of the cultivation site, or the parcel with the cultivation site, is 20.49 acres. The zoning district is unclassified. The zoning district overlays, there's none on the property, and the general plan designation is rural residential. Staff recommends that this appeal be denied. Sorry. The site was found to be in compliance with the requirements of the commercial cannabis cultivation ordinance standard. Mr. Coogan claims that the cultivation setback requirements are not in compliance with commercial cannabis requirements as outlined in Trinity County Code Section 17.43. However, the residence in question, located on assessor's parcel number 019-280-04, that is located within the 350-foot cultivation setback for a small type 2 cultivation license, is an unpermitted structure that appears to be built very near or across the property line, encroaching onto Mr. Petkoff's, the license holder and landowner of 1050 Rowdy Bear Road. Planning staff discussed this issue with Mr. Coogan during a meeting in October 2019. I believe there were previous meetings before that, but that was my first as planning director meeting with Mr. Coogan, and explained that a property line should be confirmed by a licensed surveyor so that issue could be properly addressed. Without verification of the location of the property line in question and the fact that there were residential structures unpermitted, the cultivation setback variance has not been required for CCL 106. Furthermore, the question of trespassing may also be in question due to the possible encroachment of Mr. Coogan's residence over the property line. Mr. Petkoff has recently contacted a surveyor to have a property line verified. The surrounding uses from the parcel are residential to the north, south, and east with unclassified zoning and rural residential general plan designation. To the west, we have a vacant parcel, also unclassified and designated by the general plan as rural residential. This appeal, on the basis that the residents of adjacent properties around the commercial cannabis cultivation operation have been negatively impacted. Appellant John Coogan claims that the commercial cannabis operation has negatively impacted their quality of life in numerous ways, including nighttime lights, sound pollution, odor, violation of setback requirements, trespassing, discharge of firearms, large amount of dust, increased traffic, wastewater runoff, and water usage. Mr. Coogan also states that Mr. Petkoff for 3 years has ignored the request or has not responded to an ethical manner to the repeated requests for mitigation of these issues. The appellants express that they are fearful of retaliation by the cultivating license holder, his family, and his employees. Your attachment to the staff report include appeal form with email correspondence and attachments, correspondence from Underwood Law Office dated September 4, 2020, satellite view of the vicinity, and a premises very rough premises diagram for the license site 106 and APN 019-28003. And that concludes my staff report.
Are there any questions of staff?
Question.
Yes.
Director, the appellant claims that there's a history of complaints, formal complaints about some of the issues. Is that true? Do you have a file of a history of complaints?
Yes, there is a file. Numerous complaints have been received from Mr. Coogan, and many of those predated my arrival, and were with staff. We did not have a collective record of all of the complaints received.
Have any of the complaints been followed up on and verified as accurate or inaccurate or in any way?
There has been site visits to the license site, and I don't have the dates or number of the site visits, but yes, there has been follow-up on those.
And did they confirm the complaints were valid?
Some of the complaints are very difficult to confirm regarding behavior. The other complaints, the site is in compliance with our cultivation program.
It is in compliance?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff?
Yeah, I have a question. Was that survey accomplished for the house?
I believe the applicant's representative can answer that question.
Yes.
And so the house is on
His land.
his own land.
The house is illegally on his land.
100%.
Okay, so are there any other questions from the commission for staff?
I have one more.
Pardon?
I have one more.
Okay.
Do we know when the house was constructed?
I cannot recall when it, we know when the house was constructed, generally based on when the assessors picked it up for taxation purposes. I can't recall. Mr. Coogan, can you recall when that showed up?
I believe it was 1981.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Early 80s.
All right. Any further questions? Then I will open this up to public discussion.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jim Underwood on behalf of the appellant. So I guess in light of Mr. Cole's earlier comments, a threshold question is, do we have an approved permit to appeal from? I'm not sure whether or not we do. I mean, the facts of giving notice by the planning director of the proposed license are exactly the same as last time, and what we heard last time was we didn't have an action on which to appeal. So if council, who apparently still on the line, has guidance on that, that would be helpful and might save a lot of time. Or perhaps the planning director would like to comment.
Is this basically, is this an initial license or is this a renewal? If it's a renewal, then that means that there is a license already been issued, and so this falls into the exemption category. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I think that, so there was an annual license previously issued, there's no doubt about that. What's being appealed is a new proposed license, and the question is, has it been approved or not? And I think the standard that we heard from Mr. Cole in the last appeal matter was whether a license was physically handed out as the threshold for determining whether it's something that's a decision by the planning director that can be appealed. And And so I asked the question, is this right for appeal from the planning?
Again, this is not a new license. This is not, this Ori Ground Disturb has a different baseline. This is a renewal, not a new license.
Okay, so it is subject to appeal is what I'm hearing you say. And I'll just assume that, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, it is a new license, it's a renewed license. In the absence of an application approved by the planning director, there is no license. But assuming that's the case, I will just say that, you know, the letter I submitted on behalf of the applicant, or the appellant, and by the way, the appellants really are literally 100% of the adjoining property owners to this project site. All three have expressed similar concerns. Just to get through the CEQA part of this, as Mr. Cole indicated, for pre-existing licenses and renewals, these categorical exemptions may be permitted. This seems to rely on the pre-existing facility exemption. As I believe he indicated, but it's certainly the case, that can be relied upon so long as there's no changes to the licensed activity, number one. Number two, there aren't cumulative impacts or significant on-site impacts that preclude, just on the face of it, use of any categorical exemption. So just because it's a pre-existing operation for which a renewal license has been requested doesn't mean that you can rely on a categorical exemption. In fact, as stated in my letter, and the appellants can speak to as well, there are significant impacts that haven't been looked at. So we believe that the categorical exemption does not apply. It can't apply. And therefore, that the director's decision should be overturned and the appeal should be upheld. Let me talk about the property line issue. You know, there's nothing in the file. Zero. I looked at it today. There's nothing in the file. It was a point of order. Madam, I was asking a point of order. May I just finish briefly? Thank you. And thanks for the gallery comments. I appreciate that too. But the question of a survey, there's nothing in the file. There's not a single item in the file that deals with that issue. Apparently, there's been something done, but that's the applicant's, that's a licensed applicant's burden. There are legal issues to be resolved, but the setback is, establishment of a setback is the applicant's burden. So I would submit respectfully that that's not something that is even in the record, let alone the appellant's burden. I believe it's the applicant's burden. So I would suggest that CEQA, as has occurred to date, based on this categorical exemption, is inadequate, and that the house setback issue is kind of a red herring. But I'll have you hear from the appellants as well on those issues. Thank you.
If I just may, now that the appellant's representative has spoken, it will be 3 minutes.
I don't get 5 minutes like him?
No.
Okay. I don't know anybody involved with this. Jake Wilson, Chris Haywork, sorry. I think that I want to speak about the reality. I think I've talked about this before. I luckily haven't been to a planning commission meeting in quite some time. It's been absolutely amazing. Not that it's not great to see you all, but it took about 45 seconds of walking to this parking lot to just feel again the frustration of this community. The reality I'd like to talk about is that by really rough, easy numbers, there's about $750 million a year in cannabis produced in the Trinity Pines alone. 750 million. Okay? I have been told as the life partner of a licensee in this program and good friends with lots of licensees that the county does not have the staff and the ability right now to process licenses. Why are we at a second hearing in front of the Planning Commission about one farm that's trying to be licensed in the midst of a $750 million production zone, saying, sorry, this place shouldn't have a license, on 20 acres. That arguably may be the biggest parcel in Trinity Pines. I don't know who in this room, besides myself, has been to Trinity Pines in the last 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. I started there 12 years ago. I don't own land there anymore. But if there's anybody in the Trinity Pines subdivision, and we'll call it a subdivision, that is trying to get licensed or trying to permit a house, congratulations, I guess somebody just got a new house by survey. But if you're trying to do anything legitimate or above board that does not involve a shanty, or does not involve taking your money out of the county, or does not involve reckless pit bulls and dilapidated roads and piles of trash and cars, I think that there should be a standing ovation in every effort from this county to enable that to happen. They're also going up against, what, 1,500 other neighbors that are all looking at them saying, why are you bringing the county up here? Why are you bringing heat to us? Why are you bringing in the enemy, the inspectors? And they're saying, I want to do this right. So my question is, if somebody is so against the cultivation of cannabis, why are they living amongst 1,500 pot farms? And why are they sitting inside of an unregulated $750 million Schedule I narcotic economy if it's so egregious they can't have their neighbor do it? We need some reality. We need licenses processed. We need a real focus on the real issues in this county, or even the real issues in this program. Let's do something to help Kim get some progress done in this department and not stop people from trying to abide by the rules in Trinity County. Thank you.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Tom Balenko, Douglas City. In contrast to the news flash after the last item, this is a CE of a renewed license. This is license number 106 in the county, which makes it very early for the Post Mountain region. And I think we need to acknowledge that, particularly when we start looking at things like cumulative impacts and potential cumulative impact assessments. As we've long said, the program itself is a mitigation. When you start assessing cumulative impacts, you look at a baseline. That's not like when there were grizzly bears and wolves wandering around here. It's when the program started. So Post Mountain in 2016, this is a huge improvement on that. If every cannabis operation in the Post Mountain, Trinity Pines region looked like this one, we would have tremendous improvement to our environmental quality. This is a clean site, permitted structures, permitted greenhouses. The greenhouses have an impermeable barrier on the ground. They're not growing in ground. There is not runoff. Part of the problem that started with the neighbor was when Mr. Petco determined that he's going to need all the water from his well and can no longer give water to his neighbor. I don't know that there's a well on the neighboring parcel. As far as the survey that was completed, it turns out, yes, this dwelling is entirely on Mr. Petco's property. Were it permitted, we would probably have that explored, because part of a building permit application is to show the setbacks from the property lines. That was not done. Part of why permits are nice for houses, so you don't find yourself in a situation like this. Whether or not there becomes some quiet title action, we don't know. That hasn't been settled. So as of now, this house is a trespass. So A, it's not permitted, B, it's on their land. So that shouldn't be a consideration. The light leakage, we do have that in an ordinance. In the spring, they were waiting for the delivery of the plastic for the greenhouse, the blackout tarp that would go over. It's been delivered. There haven't been enough light complaints since then. They pulled the tarps like they're supposed to. This is a good site. It is a clean site, and this is a legitimate CE. This operation should continue. You know, I understand there's a lot of reasons why people cultivate in Trinity County, But for those who choose to be licensed cultivators, when their neighbors who aren't licensed choose to say, hey, you can't do that, it's damaging the environment, there should be something about clean hands coming to the tribunal here for that. So I hope this gets denied. Thank you.
Good evening, Teacher Brower. I have been helping Mr. Petkoff with his licensing for the past couple of years. He got his original permit on his own early on, that's why he's number 106. As for there being no survey results in the county file, it's because we just got the results last night. Surveyors are busy, and the area had been recently under evacuation orders due to the fire. So I do have some copies for the commissioners up here to show that the old house is entirely on Mr. Petkoff's property, and a newer, also unpermitted addition is partially on his property. Some of the other issues raised in Mr. Underwood's letter have to do with dust, and those roads are pretty well graveled, and gravel is added pretty regularly to them. For roosters, zoning code actually allows for up to 25 chickens. It's section 315, or code 315, section 11. And it is approximately 45 feet away from the dwelling that, again, is on Mr. Petkoff's property. There are no unpermitted structures. All of the greenhouses have been finalized. The dwelling permit expires November 20th and is nearly finalized. There is one more open permit for a shop that has not been started, but the ground has already been, was already leveled and prepared a long time ago. There are no hoop houses, as it mentions. That mentions CAL FIRE violations that do not exist. There was a less than 3 acre conversion permit obtained prior to doing that land development. And this does qualify for a categorical exemption. It was in place years ago. He's not doing any new development that wasn't there. And so I would ask that you deny this appeal of the license. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, that's
Thank you for having us. There's quite a lot of things being left out of this story. It's unfortunate we weren't able to get a continuance today because last month there were 14 people here representing all the communities surrounding this property who have their own issues, including guns that is in the sheriff's reports. The lighting has been going on for 4 years. I'm sorry to hear that it's not in your files. I have copies of those files with photos, date stamped, with GPS. This is not just about one specific issue. It's about willingness to ignore community reaching out. What started as conversations to emails, later have become lawyers. There's no response. You're talking about what it was like 30 years ago. All these people had been living there 30 years ago. And the historical usage for those roads, which is the easement that he is using, is now taking water trucks all the time, other large equipment, which has led to the cutting of locks and the use of uneasement roads. There's a history of small and large that add up to an indifference to the community. And we look to the board and the planning commission to balance that. And we also believe that 3 acre exemption, which has become a 20 acre full-on farm with lights, fans, ATVs, trucks, staff, running 24/7. It's not some small seasonal mom and pop thing. This is agribusiness in the middle of a community that's been there for 30 years. And again, it's unfortunate that all those people, because of the evacuation, are out on the coast in Red Cross shelters and can't be here tonight. And should we have another chance in November, I hope those people will be here to add their voice. There's a lot of other parts to the side of this story, and the environmental impact has hardly been even looked at. I'm not in a position, but we should have professionals, unbiased, looking at the impact, which has not happened yet.
Good evening, my name's Bruce Gardner. I own the property to the south of the Petcoff property. And there are a number of issues that affect me, one of which, contrary to another speaker, is that there is indeed runoff from the Petcoff property onto mine. And I recall in the beginning of this marijuana farm that the owner's brother boasted to me that they were using rodenticides that could not be legally purchased in the US. That these were coming in and these were so strong that they're no longer legal in the States. Well, that's the kind of runoff that's coming onto my property. And we've got photographs of the rills and gullies coming down. What I most dislike about this is that it's completely out of scale for our community. I've personally had property there for 20 years. 30 years ago, I came and bought property in Trinity Pines, but was driven out by the proliferation of pot farms and the behavior of the growers. I moved further up the mountain. Now I'm faced with the same thing, except it's on steroids now. This cannabis farm is completely out of scale for our community. We have traditionally been a community, a tightly knit community of people who came to vacation and enjoy the benefits of the Trinity County Forest area. Initially, this farm had one greenhouse. That was the baseline. Now there's 6. I see a bit of a delta difference there between 1 and 6. It's not the same thing anymore. The scale is far too grand for our community. We're on top of a mountain. We have very little water. The owner's well goes dry each June. They pump it out by June. Then they're hauling in huge water tanks to get them through the rest of the season. That shows that this farm is not in the right place. Thank you very much.
Hi, Thomas Dowd, Hayfork. First, I like this character of this guy right here. Everything he has is clean. His greenhouses are clean, his cars are clean. Everything he does, he prides himself on cleanliness. So while people are saying, you know, we could look at views of other farms and other messes in the county, this guy's gone out of his way to go above and beyond what you guys are asking. You guys have set criterias in this county for what we're supposed to do as growers. He's gone above and beyond it. So who is or isn't in compliant? We have a guy here that's in compliant. The only illegal structure on his property is a resident of the guy complaining against him. CDFA, Department of Wildlife and Fish, Water Board, County, State, and CAL FIRE all say yes to this. That's what the requirement was set by this county. He got the go-ahead on all of those. What are we saying to the kids in the future generation here about what we want to go on here? Do we want to keep, are you guys going to side with illegal growers for eternity? And that's what we're going to tell the future generations? Don't try to do it the right way, or do you want us to do it the right way, the way that you guys want us to? In the guidelines and terms that you have set forward, that this county has set forward, that the voters of this county have voted for. This is America. We go through a due process to get to where we are right now, and we've gone there. And so taking steps backwards doesn't do anything for this community. Permits, septic well, dwelling, everything there. Again, everything on his property is permitted except for a building that he doesn't want nothing to do with. So what are we saying to the community and what is the resolution? That's up for you guys to decide. But I'm siding with the guys that are doing it right. Not the guys sitting here with dirty hands pointing at the neighbor because he's got maybe a drop of dirt on him or failed to get his tarps in time. Any of the complaints on there, they vary. Reading the complaint against this guy, it sounds like somebody's going out of their way to try to get him to create unnecessary problems for him. You guys should go look at his farm. It is spotless, and there's probably new guidelines that would come out of viewing this man's farm. How many people in Post Mountain Trinity Pines? This guy doesn't have plastic crap hanging off his trees. He doesn't have wild dogs running everywhere, piles of trash, cars. No, it is spotless, it is clean. He goes above and beyond. The gravel that he took out there, $30-some thousand in gravel that he poured out there. I don't need to be necessarily putting this man's business out, but he's gone above and beyond what some of the criteria are to make his property nice. And when he doesn't want to wash his car and he puts enough gravel out there because he wants to keep his truck clean, that's above and beyond. You go look in his greenhouse, they are spotless. He put amazing bottom down so there's no runoff. The plants are all above the ground, raised bed boxes. It's definitely something to be modeled after. So again, who are you guys going to side with? The guys that are going above and beyond and trying to do the right thing, or the people that are illegally growing on their property with the illegal dwelling? No septic, no well, no dwelling, an outhouse, and who other knows what other illegal activity attached to it. So again, I ask you, who are you siding with?
Hello, my name is Petko Petkov and I'm a licensee. I just want to say a couple of things about my neighbor, saying that I've been a bad neighbor for years. I used to supply water for this person for 1 year, and that was the only thing I kind of stopped doing just because I wasn't sure if that water would be enough for me. And everything that you just said about running low on water, it's not true. This is the first year that we have dry year. It's not like dry, but I'm running less. And I have like once a week delivery of water, which is totally fine. A bunch of people are doing it in the county because we're in a drought. The other thing about cutting lock of the gates, it's also, I don't think who did that, and it's definitely not me, not one of my workers. Vandalizing properties, this is also not true, because I have nice people that they don't even party, they don't do anything after 10 o'clock at night. They're pretty quiet people. Also, about the greenhouses, my neighbor Bruce, he's not right. I guess he's never been to my property. I have 5 legal greenhouses. 4 are the ones that we're growing plants, and 1 is the one that we have veggie plants in it. And this is the one greenhouse that was captured, I'm assuming around April, May, just because I didn't have my plastic covers delivered, just for probably 3-4 days. And as far as I know, Mr. Coogan doesn't even live there around this time of year, because he only comes for 1 month during summertime with his kid for vacation. I just don't know how he got those pictures of the greenhouse being lightning. And as you guys can see on the pictures, this is probably not even fully dark. About the fan noise, they're not even running at night time. We stopped the fans before 10 o'clock, which I don't think this is a problem. As I said, my friend already know my property. I've been investing a lot into the dust situation. I've been even fixing these people roads for like years, and now they're saying that I'm making a mess. This is not true. So I really think that you guys should consider this and take the right decision, but I'm definitely not doing anything wrong. Both of my neighbors are having illegal structures, illegal growing operations, which they never say that. I don't know about wells, because I haven't seen one. Where they're getting the water from, I have no idea. I don't want to say anything about it. So I'm hoping you guys are going to take the right decision here.
Good evening. My name is Zori Dimitrova, and I'm here to support my husband, Petkov. I usually don't get involved in his business, but again, I'm here to support him and to assure our neighbors as well that he's always also willing to find common ground and solve any issues, and I believe that was the case until now. My husband is someone that really obeys the rules and he is doing everything right. I take my daughter several times a year to that property, and I can assure you it's safe, and I'm not going to do that if it's otherwise. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Brower from Junction City. And this is another example of this issue landing in your laps about what does Trinity County do with this cannabis animal. I think it's very safe to say that in our lifetimes, there's not going to be less cannabis produced in Trinity County or the Emerald Triangle. It's purely a matter of how we choose to do it. When our urgency ordinance first passed, things were completely out of control. The county had zero ability to regulate or manage this thing in any way. Our ordinance is the only hope our communities have of having some rules to play by. There's a long, long history of increasing penalties and enforcement only adding risk to this industry that's going to be here anyway, and it just forces people into riskier behaviors, planting further out into the hills, taking water without a permit, using nasty pesticides, on and on. Our program is a different way of doing this, and it's mostly working. And CEQA, one of the primary functions and missions of California Environmental Quality Act is to have the most feasible and practical means of protecting California's environmental quality. And it could be argued that the ordinance that you all worked so hard on is the most feasible and practical means of mitigating the environmental impacts of cannabis in Trinity County. And previous speaker, Jay, he hit the nail on the head. This place is surrounded by unlicensed grows. You have no idea what size they are. They're not limited to 10,000 square feet. You have no idea where they're getting their water. You have no idea what their runoff is. You have no idea their impacts to fish and wildlife. But if they're program participants, they must comply. The applicant has been in compliance for 3-4 years now. He was an early jumper into the program, very unpopular in that neighborhood. And he should be given an opportunity to continue this activity. He's been violation-free. He's got an issue with a neighbor that has a house on his property he used to share water with. And I'm hopeful the neighbors can work that out and try to be good neighbors to each other. But this is in your laps right now, and this is where the rubber meets the road for our communities. And to not allow this program to work would be a tragedy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. Justin Hawkins. The early adopters that came into the program have faced a lot of hurdles, and none more than trying to basically go against the grain in a neighborhood such as the Trinity Pines. It's a hard road to follow, and he's still sticking with it, and that's exactly the sort of person that the county needs to support during the times that we're going through right now. The arguments from the neighbors seems to kind of vary a whole spectrum of ideas. First it was a setback issue, and then once the house is determined to not be legally on their parcel, well, then it's something else. I realize that They probably don't get along, and I wish that neighbors did get along better. But I think a lot of this just comes down to neighbors just kind of fighting amongst each other, and I can appreciate the heat, if you will, that's brought by having county inspectors near your house if it's not legally permitted. There's problems with that, and the water issues that if they don't even have their own well over there, or it's legal septic. I can see why the neighbors would be upset. I know this parcel is unclassified in the zoning, but the general plan designation is RR. And just to be clear, in RR, you are allowed, without a use permit, a number of animals per 20,000 square feet of acreage. This parcel is 20.49 acres. That would allow the person to have 133 goats on the property without a use permit, which would do probably more damage than this farm's ever caused. You'd also be able to have 1,760 chickens of emus. You could have an emu farm on your property without a use permit. And in the case of roosters and chickens, and even peacocks, you're allowed to have 1,112 birds on your property without a use permit. Those are pretty extreme uses of the parcel that are allowed under RR zoning. So I think that this site has less impacts than a lot of other potential uses for the site. It is pre-existing. They're not expanding their designated area. The impacts are not any more than they were the years before. It definitely qualifies for a CE. There's been no increased impacts to the environment since the beginning of the baseline, whether it's the 2016 baseline or the 2019 for the EIR. So with that in mind, I would urge the commission to approve the license and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Mr. Coogan, you already spoke. I will allow you 1 minute.
Just like to clarify a couple of things. There's a lot of speculation. I see people have their own thing. This is not pro or anti-pot. This is talking about the expectations of the ordinances. And just to take the one example of the light pollution, it was not a case of waiting for the tarp to arrive. This has been going on for 4 years, numerous communications. And he and his wife just came up and said, maybe in May that happened, but I wasn't here because I only vacation. I had photos throughout the summer, and I'm happy to submit them as late as August. This is just simply the facts. This is not a clean operation, and it's documented. Thank you.
Is there anyone new that wishes to speak? I'm sorry, we're not going to get into a back and forth
I just want
argument.
to say one more thing.
You gave him 1 minute, please.
Yes, but this will be the last person, and 1 minute.
Yeah, I really want to see the pictures in August or any other month that was done. And the other thing is how he's talking about clean when his toilet is in the ground. In my property. It's illegal.
Hey, excuse me, okay, that's...
So,
you said you wanted to see the picture.
I just want to say that, I mean, I'm doing my best. I've been a good neighbor to all my neighbors so far. This is just something that he's taking it personally to me. And he's complaining for 4 years about light, which is something that happened once or twice. It's not like something going on for 4 years. Inspector was there. They see everything that was done right. Everything was done on time, on point. As I said, he doesn't even leave there part-time of the year, and he's having pictures of that. I just don't know how this happened. Sorry.
All right, this ends the public comment for this item.
Anything on Zoom?
I'm sorry?
Anything on Zoom?
Oh, that's right, people on Zoom. I forgot about Zoom. Yes, is there anyone on Zoom?
I forgot about you, sorry.
Sorry about that.
It's very quiet.
No hands up.
No one? Okay. In that case, we will. This is the end of public comment for this item. And I'll bring it back to staff. Do you have anything that you...
No, not specific unless there's any questions from the planning commission.
Okay, then
And we
then
still
bring
have
it.
Mr. Cole on the line too to answer any CEQA questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you. bring it back to the commission then.
So this is not a variance.
No.
This is not a variance.
No, this is an appeal to, of my decision to approve the renewal license.
Okay.
If there are no comments, do we have a motion?
Can I have one more question?
Oh, of course, yes.
Do you have complaints over the years of light pollution?
Yes.
Yeah. During all different months of the year?
I believe just certain times of the year, but again, some of those complaints predated me being with the department. But I know that one of our employees, former employees, Ruth Hanover, who was our planning administrative assistant, had several complaints and pictures from Mr. Coogan and from years past.
Thank you.
And if I may, the light situation is a very difficult one to monitor. We do get photos at times that we don't know where the photos are taken or the date stamps, and that is a difficult, just overall, wherever you are, issue. And we're hearing more about it. We hear about the UFOs, at nighttime with the lit up greenhouses. It's very hard even for code enforcement to define where those are, those legal sites or illegal sites. For our staff, it's very difficult to verify where the picture was taken and the time, and to get folks out there when it happens.
Yeah.
So that is a difficulty.
And is there work towards figuring out how to address this? This is an issue throughout the county.
We are working on it.
Yeah.
Right now, we're down to about 1.5 code enforcement officers and 1.5 code compliance officers.
Right.
Not about, that's where we are.
Well, I'll make a motion. I move to deny the appeal and grant this license for another year.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? And if we don't have a second, do we have a competing motion?
I'll second the motion.
All right, is there any discussion on the motion? Then I will call for a vote. Do I need to roll call, or we can just vote ayes and nays?
Yeah, we're all here.
There's nobody on Zoom.
I'm sorry?
There's nobody on, none of our commissioners are on Zoom.
Okay. Then all in favor of denying the appeal and granting thank you, the mind just went blank, granting the renewal of Mr. Petkoff's license. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, it passes 3-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to item 6, the Smith Pit tailings discussion. Is everyone here that needs to be, Kim?
I'm not seeing.
Okay. Carrie? Okay. And this is item 6, the Smith Pit tailings discussion. This is not an action item. It's a request by members of the public to present information about ongoing complaints regarding the Smith Pit tailings mining operation. They have a conditional use permit and reclamation plan P-97-32. It's located in the Junction City area off of Red Hill Road. Assessors parcel numbers 012-120-42 and 49. It's a non-action item per the direction given by the Planning Commission at the August 13th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, yes, this is a discussion item. Since 2017, the record in the planning department shows that complaints have been received regarding activities associated with the Smith Pit tailings mine. The property owner and operator is Trinity Sand and Gravel, Judd Buick, and consulting agent is Vesta Resources Incorporated. I don't see them here tonight. This general plan designation of those parcels is residential, rural residential, and open space. This area is located in Junction City. The zoning districts are also rural residential and open space. The actual mining operation is in the open space under the use permit, which is an allowed use with the use permit. Overlay zone is flood hazard and floodway with a 100-year flood plain. The site borders actually at one time crossed the river. At this time, the staff just recommends that the Planning Commission receive comment and then provide further direction to staff. Adjacent land use and zoning information for the site is to the north, Land Use Bureau of Land Management. The zoning is open space, general plan, resource. To the south, it's residential and developed, rural residential 10, general plan, rural residential. To the east, residential and BLM property. The residential is zoned RR5 with general plan designation, rural residential. The BLM portion is open space, again with the resource general plan designation. To the west is residential, which is RR 2.5, and general plan rural residential. There's outlining some dates in the staff report, various dates from 2019, 2020. These are more recent dates, just kind of a summary overview during those years. When some of the activity was occurring, this was under Director Rick Tippett, we'll say under his watch, and so it does, you know, the issues and the operation definitely predate when I began work with Trinity County. However, starting in July of 2019, I quickly did learn that there was some controversy with this site regarding just adjacent land uses and concerns with the elementary school. We did meet with the operator, the current operator owner, and the past operator, Clint Robinson, in October. I met them and we discussed the site. So right now, I'm going to kind of skip around in the staff report a little bit. There's a few things going on here. As Chair Stewart mentioned, there is a current conditional use permit and reclamation plan amendment that was approved in 1997. There is a current application in to amend the use permit and reclamation plan based on the needs of the site, and a proposal to add more equipment to the site, including a rock crusher. Around early 2017, I believe, winter of 2017, early spring, slide material was imported to the site under emergency declaration because of the French Creek slide, which closed State Highway 299 for over a month. And there was an immediate need to clear this high priority route. There's very limited areas that exist within the region that can take slide material that are feasible. At the time, the Smith Tailing Pit was identified as a site where slide material could be stockpiled during the emergency closure of Highway 299. Approximately 500,000 cubic yards of slide material was imported by Caltrans to the Smith Pit treatment site. Part of the amendment to the conditional use permit and reclamation plan is to address that slide material on the site and modify the boundaries of the mining site as recognized by the use permit and the reclamation plan. Options for the Planning Commission do exist in county code for the conditional use permit. This includes, and we include, this section is included in the staff report. Should the Planning Commission find the need, there is provisions to either modify or revoke a use permit if conditions aren't met for other reasons that may be that are occurring that may be detrimental to the public health, safety, and general welfare, or in such a manner to constitute a public nuisance or violation. So that is a section of the code that staff did want to bring to the attention of the Planning Commission. Going back to the timeline, there's been a lot going on. We've received many complaints. There were so many, it was not really feasible at this time to present all of those. But there are many complaints. Sometimes we did include just from the last 2019, 2020, a summary of those received up till June 21st in your staff packet. They're just summaries. There are complaints received coming in. Complaints have continued since that time. We just hadn't had kept up the spreadsheet. I have been on the site several times and met with the operator and representatives. There was a Fish and Wildlife staff visit. I wasn't a part of that staff visit, but Bella was, Lisa was there, our SHN consultant and Fish and Wildlife staff along with the operator. And there was concern that possibly part of the slide material was put in the regulatory floodplain. That is something we will address going forward as needed. And again, the amendment does try to address the stockpiling of that material. One of the ongoing complaints that we do receive is that of a rock crusher being on site. And we do know, and it has been confirmed by the previous owner, that was very common to have the rock crusher on site. But just to clarify, that is not part of the use permit. It is not a permitted use. And so that has been conveyed to the current operator. We do still get complaints when I have gone out for my site visits, which I do usually give, I do give our staff, if it's not myself, we give a few days notice that we'd like to come onto the site. There's conflicting reports of if that that equipment may be moved off before we get to the site. But when I have been on the site, I have not seen a rock crusher on site. I will confirm that. I don't believe any other staff members have either. It's definitely a difficult situation. One of the biggest safety concerns is the Junction City Elementary School and the traffic, the capacity of Red Hill Road. It's a very narrow road, and the road to get to the mining operation from 299 and Dutch Creek Road, you do have to go down Red Hill Road and go by the school. And there are folks that will speak tonight on that issue better than I can describe. And with that, do you have any questions for me?
Go ahead.
So with a long history of complaints, is there a history of code compliance, citations, or have any of the complaints turned out to be valid, and have any of them been brought to the attention and brought into compliance? I mean, you gave us a spreadsheet of tiny little print I had to get out a magnifying glass to read it, a list of complaints.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, that's all right, it's my failing eyes here. So, you know, what comes of all those complaints from all these years?
Well, I can't.
Most of which predates you, I understand.
Correct, yes, yes.
But surely there's some history of how this has been handled.
Unfortunately, there is not. And currently, the SMART program regarding the reclamation plan, the conditional use permit falls under the planning department. SMARA should too. It's in the zoning code. Typically, planning departments are a better SMARA oversight agency than the Department of Transportation, because obviously there can be conflicts there. But in the years that we did not have a planning director and much of a planning department, that SMARA function, and for SMARA is Surface Mining and Reclamation Act, it's California state law. That program was under the Department of Transportation, and I can speak at least, I don't know what happened prior to 2016, but the last inspections that were done on the site, the last mine inspections by county staff were 2016. I find no record of violations, and the owner-operator has told me they were unaware of the volume and the controversy regarding the mining site and the issues that they're more recently come to their attention. And again, the mine did, Mr. Buick can confirm about when the mine did change hands, change ownership between owners, and he took control over that site. But no, sadly, there's no violations. There's very little correspondence, and usually it has been verbal. Any communications and discussions and advice, direction to the operator.
So did I understand you that Trinity County declared an emergency when the Big French slide occurred and directed material to be taken to the site? I mean, was there something the county did to actively require or allow that to happen?
Director Tippett was told to find areas for the slide material and to get the 299 open, whatever he needed to do, is what he told me when we had our conversation.
Thank you.
Was there a reason that Eagle Rock wasn't considered?
I have heard reasons why they may not have been, but I don't know those for firsthand why Eagle Rock did end up taking material as well. But I am not sure what happened there and why that the volume of the slime material. 500,000 cubic yards is a lot of material. Why so much went to the Smith pit, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Any further questions?
I would just make the observation that if we're going to have a productive discussion about this, that the Director of Transportation needs to show up and address some of these questions. This is private property, and they dumped 500,000 cubic yards on private property, presumably with the property owner's permission, in complete violation of the use permit. So I'd love to hear the story about how those dots got connected and made it all okay.
That's two.
Me too.
Yeah, here. Before we go any further, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you. It has been brought to my attention that there is concern over a possible perception of conflict of interest with my participation on this commission with regards to this this project. And that being said, before I was appointed as a planning commissioner, I did speak to my concern of this project in our community. At that point, I was not aware that I was going to be sitting in this position as commissioner. That being said, I reflect upon a conversation I had with my late cousin and planning commissioner of 25 years, Tom McKnight, when we were discussing the ins and outs of politics and the perspective and opinions. And I was at his house and we spoke at great lengths about our opinion regarding all sorts of policies. But then at a certain point he said, Duncan, this is my opinion personally, but as a planning commissioner, when I sit up in this position, I take off my citizen hat and I put on my commissioner hat. And as a commissioner, my role is to listen to all sides objectively and to find, in hopes of finding a balanced approach forward, and to use the general plan as the template. That is my intentions here, as it is for all other projects that will come before me. That's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
So if there are no more questions, and I certainly take your comment about Mr. Tippett being present for a discussion like this, I think it's a really good idea. But we have a room full of people that I know really want to speak, so.
I'm suggesting we delay or defer. I just wish he would.
Yes, yes.
I'm the one who's on this subject.
So, did you have any?
Oh, I was just saying the next one will be more important.
Yeah. So, before we proceed, the representative for the Smith Pit tailing mining operation will have 5 minutes to speak at the beginning and another 5 at the end, and everyone else will have 3 minutes each. So, if the representative of the mine would like to speak now.
Hello, my name is Judd Buick. I'm the owner of Trinity Sand and Gravel. Just like to thank the commission for this time to speak and hear what I have to say. First off, I would like to say that it is of concern to me that there is someone on the commission that has spoken against this pit, and it is of concern, but I hope we can see past that and move forward. I purchased the Smith pit in April of 2018. My intent with the purchase of this was to diversify my heavy construction company and then also give my employees work during the off season while we were not on construction jobs. Prior to this purchase, I had no idea the amount of contention of this rock pit. In January of 2018, myself and the previous owner of the Smith Pit went into the planning department and spoke with, at the time, Deputy Director Leslie Hubbard about this rock pit. And at that time, she had told me if I did choose to purchase this rock pit, to continue operations as they had been going forward in the previous 20 years. During that meeting, and no time after, was there any concerns from the public or from the planning department? During the first year and a half of operation, I had no idea the scope of complaints. As I wasn't contacted about them until August of 2019, when the department told me about all the many complaints. We only received a spreadsheet about the complaints last month on September 8th, 2020. We believe part of this problem is that we received a spreadsheet that had no names on it, didn't have any indication if these were from, 3 or 4 individuals or 50 individuals. So it's hard to address that issue. During the past couple years, we did receive a handful of complaints that came into our office. These complaints were dealt with immediately and concisely. In one example, we were contacted by Junction City Elementary School about concerns of truck traffic, at which time we set up a meeting. During the meeting, we did discuss the situation of the traffic issues. Immediately after meeting, we posted signage and explained to our truck drivers that they are not to drive by the school during pickup or drop-off times, and to be very mindful of the school zone speed limit. Anytime complaints come in, we try to address them as soon as possible. Over the past couple of years, I've had a few individuals contact me personally. I've had lengthy and enlightening conversations with these people. I've explained to them that I'm very different than the previous owner. I'll listen to their concerns and I try to find a solution. I explained that we are working within our use permit parameters. I also explained if possible, we could have the land reclaimed by 2025. We are striving to be good neighbors within the community. We're being proactive when situations arise. This is why we feel there's a better way to address these concerns. Recently, we sent out to our immediate neighbors a request for an acoustical study of our operation. On November 18, 2019, we requested from the county their parameters for the acoustical study. We received them on July 27, 2020. We currently only have 4 residents participating in this study. It is currently scheduled for October 19th, 2020. Like I said previously, our hope is to reclaim this land within 5 years. But this requires us to process and remove the slide material that was brought to the pit by the previous owner.
I'm sorry, it's your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who wishes to speak next? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Christine Camara, and I'm the superintendent of Junction City School, and I'm here to represent our school and our governing board and all of our stakeholders. I submitted a letter to you that you should have, and I'm going to read it. It's from our governing board. Dear Honorable Commissioners, thank you for bringing this item forward for discussion. The health and safety of our students and families and the integrity of the education provided to our students are the top priorities of Junction City School. In 1997, when Phase 2 of the Smith Tailings Project was set into motion, there were concerns, but the governing board at that time did not object to the reclamation project. They were assured that the safety concerns would be mitigated and that the reclamation plan and the conditions of approval set by the Trinity County Planning Department would be followed and enforced. Unfortunately, the reclamation plan and conditions of approval were not followed over the years, and our concerns for the safety of our students have grown as the illegitimate activities of the project have increased. The original project description, which is still the current permitted plan, was written and approved to gradually remove dredger tailings that would result with reclamation and rehabilitation of the land to a state that is closer to what had existed prior to disturbance from past mining. However, that has not been the case, as over 500,000 cubic yards of material have been added to the project site. Equipment has been brought in and activities have taken place that are expressly prohibited by the current permit, such as gravel washing, rock crushing, and creating bone piles of unused equipment. In 2017, the project operated 24 hours a day for months, subjecting our community to constant truck traffic, dust, and noise during the day, and floodlights and the beeping and rumbling of trucks dumping rock and debris all night long. The amount of trucks passing the school during the day were so numerous they could not be counted. At times, this created traffic jams that completely clogged the only ingress and egress for hundreds of residents. What was supposed to be a reclamation project had become a full-blown commercial enterprise that is not safe or appropriate to have next to a school or in a residential neighborhood. In June of 2018, when the Associate Planner of the Trinity County Planning Department solicited our school for comments regarding an amendment to the existing use permit, we responded with the attached letter of opposition to the amendment because of road traffic, safety, health concerns, and noise. You have a copy of that letter. I'm not sure why they hadn't heard we had an issue. Unfortunately, none of those concerns were addressed and have only become intensified over the last 2 years. Community members, school staff, parents, and other stakeholders have made numerous complaints directly to the company, and formal complaints have been filed with the planning department, yet the violations persist. The newest application to amend the use permit for the Smith Tailings Project includes a request to dramatically increase the amount of truck traffic along Red Hill Road, with 3 trucks running 24 round trips per day, and it would allow customers to come onto the site to get material. This would give permission for at least 144 trucks to pass our school each day. This new proposal represents an increase in truck traffic by 78% from the original plan. Not only will the noise be a constant interruption, which will impede the education of our students, the additional truck traffic on our narrow residential road will magnify the safety concern for our students and our community. The recent application for amendment also acknowledges that many of the activities they are now seeking permission for have been going on illicitly for years. This is of great concern because they blatantly chose not to follow the conditions of their original use permit. It is our opinion that because of this, not only should they not be able to amend their current use permit, we believe they should lose the privilege to continue to operate at all. For the reasons listed above, including the concerns in the attached letters that I submitted to the Planning Department in 2018, the Junction City School Governing Board opposes any amendments to the Smith Tailings Project and further requests that the Planning Commission place the current permit on the Commissioner's next agenda to be considered for revocation. We urge you to make your decision in the best interest in the health and safety of our students and community. Thank you. I want to add that since recently this week I was reached out to regarding the truck traffic and concerns. Today, during drop-off and pickup, a truck went past the school and either went into or left the pit. Today, they violated condition number 5 in their use permit. Today. Thanks.
Good evening, Commissioners. Once again, John Brower from Junction City. This issue is near and dear. My kids go to that school, and I tangle with those trucks coming and going from our neighborhood. And I think there's a couple things we should really be looking at when hopefully, I think most folks here are respectfully requesting a public hearing to revoke this existing permit, this conditional use permit, because the operator has failed to operate within the conditions imposed on that operation for decades. And at that hearing, where you consider revoking this permit, I think it's really important to consider reclamation, right? What is reclamation? And so I just looked it up, and we've got a few different definitions. The first one is the conversion of wasteland into land suitable for use of habitation or cultivation. The next one is rescuing from error and returning to a rightful course. Boy, our river can use that. The third one down is the recovery of useful substances from waste products. So I think it's very important that we come up with a working definition for reclamation on this matter before moving forward. Do we consider the first definition, the conversion of wasteland into land suitable for use of habitation and cultivation, or I think the licensee, the operator is hoping that you use the definition for reclamation of the recovery of useful substances from waste products. They're two very different things in this case. And I'm not against this operation as long as it's bringing benefit to the community, right? We do want to keep our roads open during emergencies. We do want our local businesses to be successful and sustainable. Every job in Trinity County is an important job. That's no joke. But this operation has completely squandered the trust of the community for decades. So I hope to see this on the very next Planning Commission agenda, and I think under the circumstances we need to revoke this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Who else would?
Good evening, Liz McIntosh, Junction City. I've been before you numerous times over the years about this pit. In 2018, when our school was notified, I'm the business manager currently at Junction City Elementary School. My board directed me to find the facts. What is going on? This is such a long process. This has been going on. The original first permit was 1995, so there's years and years and years. We weren't even sure which use permit was the current permit. So I've submitted public records request to this county. You have a copy of just what I received in the little packet. It did ask for any emergency permits. It asked for anything signed off by the planning director, and it asked for anything having to do with Caltrans permits, and nothing was received. It says that, anything for that request was received. I am now the owner of hundreds of pages of documents that I'd be happy to share with you, but did not want to unload it on you tonight. And there's nothing in there in writing that allows that to happen. And so in digging, we did find that yes, the 97 permit is the most current enforceable permit. And the fact is it was just reclamation of 350,000 cubic yards to return it to an open space corridor for wildlife and recreation. It's gone so far away from that, it really has become this industrial use. It outlines in the permit, no crushing, no wash plant, no unused equipment, but that's all happening. It says that we'd only have 2 trucks with a maximum of 8 round trips. That's not happening. Inspections and updates of financial insurances are to happen every single year, and they stopped in 2016, according to my public record request in 2019. Perhaps something has happened since then, but that's the documentation I have. In the documents I also gave you, there was, from my public records request to Caltrans, there is the initial one for the Big French Creek slide, that it acknowledges that they're going to bring in 500,000 cubic yards. In, I believe, January of 2019, after Mr. Buick had taken control of this, another operation began. And at that point, there were serious questions about whether or not that was legal to do. And I came before you all, and you guys directed Tippett to respond to me, which made that operation quickly stop. But if you take a look at that item in there that has the contract, the owner at that time acknowledged that that material had levels of lead that were unsafe for humans to be around. That is so contrary to an open space corridor of any kind. It says there's an acknowledgement of no parks, no schools. How is that recreation? Please give us our due process. Please follow Ordinance 315, Section 32, and bring this forward so that we can have our hearing. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wants to speak to this issue?
Good evening. My name is Lance King. I live in Junction City. In addition to all the other issues, and I've been experiencing a lot of impact with the hours of operation. There's some type of equipment running at night time, beginning about 11 o'clock at night and running all night long. And I just got my first audio recording to prove this, and just want to enter that into the record. Thank you.
Nancy Barton here. I live in Junction City off Red Hill Road on the slope rather directly across from the mining pit. Due to this location, the sound hits my residence as though it were an amphitheater, loud. It's disturbing to be awakened early in the morning any day of the week by incessant beep, beep, beep of backup warning signals on equipment at the site. Then comes the sound of boulders crashing against metal, all kinds of grinding, grating, metal, slamming, rock, metal. This can go on all day long. This non-stop level of noise and sound is very hard on the nervous system of anyone. Imagine me standing here going beep, 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 until you are ready to strangle me. That's what it's like at times. It's very disturbing for a human to live next door to a never-ending construction site. I plead with you to help our community find a way to prevent, and yes, stop this continuous assault on our daily lives. What about the impact on the health and the well-being of the children and the adults who spend their days next door at the Junction City School? How sad and frightening to think of exposing those innocent, growing, young bodies to possible unknown toxins from the dust constantly generated during work hours at the mining site. I'm likewise concerned and affected by fast-moving dump trucks, uncovered, speeding along Red Hill Road. Watch out for falling rocks! I plead with you commissioners to prevent the sand and gravel business from ever expanding further or setting up a concrete mix facility. God forbid. Who will speak for the river? I will, said the old gray-haired woman on the mountainside. The precious, beautiful Trinity River offers herself freely to all, humans and creatures of every sort, never-ending, ever-flowing, life-sustaining. Water. She provides water for drinking, washing, farming, recreating. What a resource. We humans and creatures cannot live without clean water. This river must be protected, cared for, never polluted throughout time. It's our absolute duty to make sure a mining operation called Trinity Sand and Gravel has not and will never be polluting or overusing the waters of the river. If we don't take care of her, she can't take care of us. I plead with you commissioners to use your power for good, to protect and make wise decisions for the community of Junction City. Thank you.
I have a question regarding the process here. I'm an employee of Trinity Sand and Gravel, and I have some information that I would like to share, and I don't know when it would be appropriate or if I'm allowed to do
Well,
so.
if you have something you want to say, you can speak the same as anybody else.
At this point in time?
At any point during public comment.
Okay. Okay, let me see about that. Okay, the first thing I want to stress is that the amendment filed by Judd when he first took over operations at the pit was honest, trying to acknowledge all of the past operations that were not his responsibility, that he was led to believe were ongoing and the normal course of business at this facility. It took a great deal of time for anyone to communicate the vast scope of complaints, which it seems most of those stems from action prior to his taking over operations at that location. On the occasion where we have had direct communication about complaints, when someone calls and says, you have a rock crusher on site, and there's no rock crusher on site, that doesn't give us an actionable item to investigate. We do investigate what is going on at the pit today. What noise are they hearing? We were asked to do a noise study that we thought was a great idea because, especially after we found out the huge scope, and we were waiting for those parameters to get it done. When we got those, we immediately took action. We had an engineer. We had a proposal back to the Planning Commission in less than 48 hours to get that study. And it was, we requested, being unaware of the process, to schedule that study immediately. The Planning Department gave us some guidance, helped us with the process, mailed out some requests for us. We mailed out 7 requests, hoping to achieve access to 5 to 6 properties over a great area so that we could have a very accurate scope of the noise levels. We received 4 replies. So at that point in time, we decided that was not the time to do the study. We started again. I sent out 13 requests on 12 of them on September 11th. One of them, I believe it's the week of the 30th. However, I enclosed self-addressed stamped envelopes. I included my contact information and expressed what we were trying to do again. To date, with only a week, a little over a week and a half left, we have 4 responses. So for the community to be concerned about the noise level and unresponsive to getting the actual data, I don't understand.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
I would love a letter.
Excuse me, that's not, you can discuss that after the meeting.
Hi, my name is Martha Hellberg. You have my letter.
Yes.
First of all, March 4th, March 6th, first week, I called Judd very, very loud at my house. I was told, tough, 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 tough. To say that they sit up here and say that they've worked with us, no way. We have been put out, been shut up. We have not been able to discuss this since 1997. 23 years you have tried to suppress us. Well, we want this on the board. This has been loud. I have it recorded. They have done so many illegal things. I cannot believe when I started to go through this with the state of California, with the reclamation, and we started looking through Google Earth and going back and seeing how they didn't do their reclamation correctly. This big 500,000 is a cover-up. They covered up what they started and what they did. I would appreciate it if we could have this done in front of the board so that this can be either stopped or just something. 25 years of having to listen to, the crushing or the rocks, the beeping, everything else that goes along with it. It's truck noise, it's scraping noise, it's rocks falling into the back of trucks, the trucks hauling down the dirt roads back and forth. We hear this all day. It just has to stop. Thank you.
My name is Josh Brown. I live in Junction City. So yeah, where to start? I think the Smith Pit Mine, or what is now what is named Trinity Sand and Gravel, I believe has become basically a rogue and negligent operation. And in my opinion, they continue to grossly operate outside the bounds of their 1997 conditional use permit. And they routinely flout what little oversight and conditions the planning department places upon them as they apply for their new permit. The list of hundreds of violations have been well documented and submitted to the record by the members of the Junction City community, and my wife Amanda being one of those who has documented and submitted those violations. We live up on Hummingbird Road. It's the two of us with our 7-month-old son. And if it weren't for the thin veneer of forest, we'd be in direct line of sight of the pit mine, which is around 2,000 feet away. We clearly hear the trucks, the equipment, the rock crusher when it's there, and it has been there. The rock screener, audibly and loudly on our land. It permeates the house when the doors and windows are closed. It is disturbing and grating. On still days too, when there is a lot of operations down there, when the winds don't whip down river, down upriver, the smell of diesel also wafts up from the yard down there, and we can smell it in the forest in our backyard. We live in Junction City and in our mountain home, so we can live in deep nature, and having an industrial site that only wants to expand operations is unacceptable to my family and to my neighbors. And the noise study, yeah, we I don't know if you've gotten our letter, but we are participating in it. And I hear there's going to be a simulator used. I'm not really sure what that is, but I'm not sure if that's actually going to mimic the actual noise of what the operations sound like, but it's pretty intense. And what really disturbs me is hearing about the truck traffic driving by Junction City Elementary School during the drop-off and pickup hours, and hearing that even happen today, even though they've been ordered not to do that. And I mean, this is insane because this is the safety of our children we're talking about. I mean, my son is only 7 months old, but we intend to have him going to school down there someday. And if this operation is granted, a new permit is allowed to operate for another 5, 10, 20 years, I don't trust the current owners to stay within the bounds of their permit and to take our community safety in consideration.
I'm
I don't
sorry,
trust them.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thank you for hearing this. I'm Mike McLaughlin. I'm relatively new to the county. I've only been here since 1990. I've gotten to know the players involved in this pretty well. I worked with Clint Robeson and Jerry Sanders for years. I'm a general contractor. ConAg ran a great business. Caltrans bought their concrete because Eagle Rock could not consistently produce decent concrete. So Clint Robeson is a businessman. He's known as Slick. I'm sorry, Mr. Buick, that you got saddled with his business. If you look at the original intention that Jim Smith, who I had the pleasure of meeting, his original use permit was for reclamation. He was not trying to start a business. Clint is a businessman. Mr. Buick, you strike me as a businessman. You want to make a business out of this resource. That's not what the intention of the permit when it was pulled by Jim Smith. As commissioners, I would ask you to please do the history. Look at the history of how this use permit was pulled, what the intentions were, and follow the misuse. Trinity County needed the business to compete with Eagle Rock. Competition was a good thing. ConAg, when they were running, had to truck all of the material to the Weaverville plant. That would be great if that could continue. Not next to a school. My daughter went to that school. It is a tight community. We're invested here for decades. As a business owner, Mr. Buick, I would ask you to consider...
I'm sorry, you need to address the commission.
Commissioners, I would please ask you to put on the agenda for a coming meeting to consider revoking this use permit. It's been too long, forever, years and years and years that the permit has not been managed, not been enforced. I understand you're all short-staffed. Please put a meeting together so that this permit can be revoked. Thank you.
My name is Amanda Berger. I'm passing around a letter for you all that has the same information in there. I want to begin by saying that Clint Robeson told our community that French Creek slide material was cleared to be dumped at the Eagle Rock, and he underbid them so that it would be dumped at this site. He told our community this, so to answer your question, Mr. McHugh. This business is grossly acting outside of its CUP. The definition of reclamation, John Brower had mentioned, is clearly stated in the 1997 CUP. So if we want to look at that, it's clearly stated how the reclamation should go about. During the years of the county's negligence and the business's blatant disregard for the rules, this mining operation has only grown larger, creating more hazards for our community and more adverse environmental conditions that our community will suffer the consequences from. For decades, our community has filed hundreds of complaints and sent dozens of letters to the planning department against this mining operation. Of all the comments made, no business or person has been in favor of its activities. Zero. We have pleaded with the planning department and commissioners to practice oversight with this operation for years to no avail. Enough is enough. Due to the county's inability to act, coupled with blatant dishonesty and disregard from the business operating on the site, I strongly assert the commissioners revoke the current use permit in place at the present time and order the business operating there now to cease and desist all mining operations. Obviously, the county cannot properly maintain their own regulations and permit issued, and this business is not trustworthy to continue unsupervised. According to the county ordinance number 315, a use permit is granted if the following guidelines are observed: sound principles of land, not injurious or detrimental to public health, safety, welfare, or results in public nuisance, or plan consistency. The business aforementioned in this violation of each of these principles violates it in a multitude of ways. Still to this day, Judge says that he inherited this. He's continuing to violate the present permit in place now, today, yesterday, last week, last month, last year. He still continues these violations. Every part of this CUP for the mining activity has been deviated from in its original intent. Some quick examples include mining outside of designated parameters, continued use of unpermitted equipment on site for years, increased truck activity with sometimes as many as 90 trucks driving a day on a daily basis by the school. This is just June this was happening daily. Weaverville processing site is no longer in existence, which in the permit was a contingent piece of the original agreement in order to limit impact to the community. Excessive storage of junk piles, fuels, and equipment on site year-round, which none is allowed. No removal of equipment during flood months, as stipulated in the CEP for water quality. Continued mining operations within 15 feet of the river, even though present permit requires at least 100 feet from the river during salmon spawning months. Bringing material in with unlawful and unpermitted projects with Caltrans, resulting in the over 500,000 cubic yards of material. The list goes on. I urge you to revoke their permit.
Is there anyone who has not spoken who wishes to?
Good evening, Justin Hawkins. It's been a number of years. I've gone by at night and watched, there's lights and activity going on at nighttime. It's pretty obvious when I'm driving down the road and at friends' houses in the neighborhood. So I think that there's a clear history of acting outside the use permit, and this amendment for the use permit that's included in the staff report, yeah, I mean, it does say that they admit to having a rock crusher and washing operations on the property for the last 10 to 20 years. And I look through the use permit, I can't find where retail sales are allowed within the use permit. I can't seem to find the trucks, the traffic impacts from additional retail sales on site. But I do know that they're offering retail sales on site even today, and you can go to their website and take a look. They do offer on-site sales. The concern here is basically that now that they've got 500,000 cubic yards of material there, well, they should have to be able to allow to process that and continue to haul that out of there, when really it sounds like they should just be asked or be forced essentially to just remove that material off the site to another location, not have it processed there at all. And I do think that the commission should agendize this use permit for modification or revocation to address the continued admitted 10 to 20 year use of a rock crusher outside of their use permit. And it is it's something you see in industrial zoning. This zoning is RR and OS, and all the surrounding neighbors are RR. And this is probably just not compatible with the neighborhood. I can't imagine how it could be, honestly. And so I would ask that you agendize this for a future meeting. Thank you.
All right, if there are no further people who have not spoken, if Mr. Buick, you would, I'm sorry? Oh, the Zoom, I forget Zoom. Sorry. Is there anybody on Zoom? Okay.
So up first, Melissa, and she also has her husband, the second person.
Good evening. I'd like to thank everyone who has already spoken, and I'd like to thank the commission. I am a mother of 4 children that attend Junction City School. I'm also, I believe, the closest adjacent property owner. I have multiple properties in Junction City. I don't live at the property near the mine, and I actually tried to sell the property near the mine because it was such a nuisance, and it was below value, and I was unable to sell it. And what potential buyers told me is that it was a major issue of the noise and what they knew of the operation. I've personally seen the rock crusher there when it's not supposed to be. Where I live now, I'm 3 miles away and I still heard it. In fact, we have a cliff at the edge of our property, and to keep our kids away from the property, my husband told them that there are monsters off the cliff. So one day we heard the rock crusher and my son said, that must be the monsters. We've been affected by this, and it's really horrible for our community. We'd like to see this revoked, and we're also very concerned about the impact of the truck traffic at our children's school. Also, this is a one-way in, one-way out in the event of a fire. And as we had to experience in the Helena fire in 2017, having extra vehicles on this road is a matter of life or death. I am finished speaking, but I would like to reset the time and hand it over to my husband, who would also like to speak. Thank you.
Hi, this is Hutch County here in Junction City. And we got a thing in the mail, like my wife said, we have a property right basically adjacent to the mine for the acoustic thing, which we honestly haven't even applied for because they're not going to be making the noise, and they're going to be doing it just saying, here, look, it's not that loud. Also, when they said the trucks aren't going by during drop-offs, that's just a lie. On my way to drop off my kids this morning, I have 4 kids at the school. On the way to the school this morning, I was behind a truck coming out of there. And then when I picked them up, one was past the school and I was behind him on my way home. So, thank you for your time, and we would like to have this revoked, have a hearing for that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
There is Tillman Myers.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm Tillman Myers. I'm a resident of Chagdud-Gompa in Junction City, which is down the road from the mine. Our primary concern is the level of noise. We constantly hear the pounding of the rock crusher, the beeping of the trucks in reverse, which is sometimes really early in the morning, and the noise of the trucks on the road. And we're concerned that an acoustic study won't accurately gauge the problem. And we're requesting that a public hearing be held to revoke the use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No.
All right.
There's nobody outside.
Pardon me?
I had to check outside too, just to make sure.
Okay. In case anyone's lingering.
Lingering out there.
John Swearingen is a Junction City. I don't know if that list has anything to do with people that are waiting. I mean, some of those names are Junction City residents.
If they want to talk, they either raise their hand or chat.
Okay.
There's nobody outside, so Mr. Buick, if you would like to speak again?
I'm all right.
Okay. Then we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission unless staff has anything else they want to say.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Then commissioners.
Could I ask a question of Mr. Buick?
Yes.
So we have in front of us a contract that you signed in which you acknowledge the material be deposited on the property contained lead with concentrations between 80 and 320 milligrams per kilogram, which is above the residential human health screening level for lead. And by submission of this agreement, the owner certifies the property is a commercial industrial property, and the property is not and will not be used for any type of housing, including but not limited to apartment, hotel, farm, ranch, blah, 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 blah. Now or in the future. So my question is, how could you have signed that? I mean, what were you thinking? I mean, you knew the property wasn't industrial commercial.
I was,
Bringing toxic lead to a site on the floodplain? I mean, I'm sort of floored, I guess. So I'm just asking why you would do that.
I was misled by that. I revoked that almost immediately. That was the same, Clint Robinson had signed the exact same thing when he deposited all that slime material from Big French Creek. So I was misled on that. I immediately revoked it, and they never deposited any material there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I have permission to ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, my understanding is that that material was being deposited until it was brought up to Rick Tippett that this contract was signed, and then it was stopped. There was, I don't know, 1,500 cubic yards of that lead-based material deposited. So you're saying that material was not deposited?
Not 1,500, no. It was signed one day and it was revoked within another day or two later.
So you're saying that material did not come into the pond?
It was not 1,500 yards, no.
Was any material brought into the pond?
It might have been a small amount before I could get it stopped, yes.
Okay.
Any other comments? Mr. McHugh? Commissioner McHugh?
I think that we're clearly headed to a hearing. I would just encourage Mr. Buick to try and engage with the community offline from this and see what can be done, but I actually don't have any questions at this point.
Any comments, Commissioner Graham?
Well, I mean, I think it's unfortunate that the previous owners, Mr. Buick, set up a pattern of violating their initial use permit, and I mean, that doesn't excuse Mr. Buick from continuing to do that, which we've heard via pretty extensive testimony. But, you know, I mean, I know Clint. I've bought a lot of concrete from them over the years, and Jerry. They're reasonably good people, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't take advantage of a situation and, you know, do things that weren't appropriate. But, you know, the biggest issue, or one of the biggest issues, is the 500,000 yards of material,
Right.
which was not done under Mr. Buick's ownership. And I'm not sure how we address that. I mean, that's a really difficult one. I mean, to haul it away, you have another 20,000 truckloads. You know, I did the math, 500,000 cubic yards. People said 7 months. That's like 200 truckloads a day, every day for 7 months. You know, and
Like how it got there.
yeah, and that's, I mean, that's the problem is, you know, you're just going to make it that much worse if you, I mean, try to mitigate it. I don't have a solution for that, but so it's obviously very concerning though.
Can I ask a question? So when you purchased this business, did you also purchase the processing plant in Weaverville that was part of the use permit where this was scooped and processed in Weaverville?
Yes.
Okay, you do possess that place? And how
No, I don't own the land at industrial, no. I owned the concrete batch plant that I tore down 3 months ago that is no longer there.
Do you own an industrial place where this can be processed off-site?
No, I do not.
As the use permit stipulated?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Okay, so we need to give direction to staff. Does anybody want to facilitate that?
Based on section code 17.32.070 of modification and revocation of a use permit, I move to agendize this, or to encourage staff to agendize this for the next meeting.
The next reasonable meeting?
Next reasonable meeting, yeah. Well, if that reasonableness isn't in a few years.
Okay, we have a motion to agendize the conditional use permit, either modify or revoke the conditional use permit at the soonest opportunity. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
All right, is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 That's unanimous. And I thank you all.
Thank you.
I have a couple of letters. Who do I give those to?
Yes, and we'll take another 5-minute break. We'll be back at, no, we won't be back at 11 again. At 10 to 11.
Better hurry. Use those out.
Actually, it'll be a couple of minutes after 10 to 11.
When will we be back?
Pretty old.
In 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Or thereabout.
I was afraid that was boosted up on the agenda, not have to maybe wait till 11.
Hi, Jill. Hi, Kim.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I think it's your.
Bella, are we back on?
Not yet, but we did.
We're joking about pizza deliveries.
Right, no joke.
Yeah, I can eat a piece of pizza in a 3-minute break.
I'm calling the meeting back to order. And we will now take up item 4, zone amendment P2001. Recommending to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt an ordinance to amend the Riverview Drive Specific Unit Development District, which has not been formally defined, to the Hay Fork Transition Specific Unit Development for the establishment of regulations and standards to facilitate an educational, recreational, and agricultural property to benefit the citizens of Hay Fork. The applicant is C. Pierce, and it's APN 014-030-06-00.
Good evening, everyone. For agenda item number 4, my name is Lisa Lozier. I am the Deputy Director of Planning, and I will be presenting this item for you. And thank you, everyone that is sticking with us so far. This project is a zone amendment P-20-01, and the project site is located at 541 Riverview Road. It's located in the community of Hay Fork in the unincorporated area of Trinity County. More specifically located on a approximately 9-acre parcel to the south and west of Hay Fork Creek and to the east of Riverview Road, north of the Hay Fork Airport. Historically, this project site has been used for agriculture, residential uses, and by information provided by the assessor's office indicates that there were outbuildings prior to the 70s. These were burned in 77, and then there was a permit for a mobile home and porches issued in 1979, burned in 2015. And after that point, the property became a dumping ground for garbage, junk cars, and frequented by homeless persons. In 2017, the property was cited by the Trinity County Environmental Health Department for solid waste nuisance. The property was purchased by Christina Pierce in 2018 with the intent of rescuing the property and revitalizing it to benefit the community. And she hosted her first cleanup effort, the Riverview Community Beautification Project, which was held October 19th. And information about that is in your packet. That is attachment 9. And then in January of 2020, Ms. Pierce submitted an application to amend the existing Riverview Drive specific unit development to the Hay Fork Transition Specific Unit Development. So this project proposal, the request is to amend from one specific unit development that has no specific guidelines to a specific development with the guidelines for a project that they would like to move forward with. The Trinity County Zoning Code, section 17.24.010 for the specific unit development follows to provide for developments that because of a mixture of building types, land uses, or lot size, these types of things don't necessarily fit into regular parameters for specific types of zone districts. So this is an opportunity to do something a little bit different that could, just be a little bit outside of the normal, but still be a reasonable type of land use. Specific unit developments are subject to a special set of site-specific guidelines and a schematic land use design which allows for a mixture of uses that might otherwise create land use conflicts. And such unit developments are often incorporated, have common areas or other amenities that are not normally found in standard developments. The proposed Hay Fork Transition Specific Unit Development Zone incorporates a comprehensive development plan including regulations and standards
of the Hayfork Transition Specific Unit Development that are intended to facilitate the development of an educational, recreational, agricultural property to benefit the citizens of Hayfork and Trinity County. So the Hayfork Transition Specific Unit Development is an ordinance. So it would actually be enacted by the board by recommendation of the Planning Commission. And once enacted, the development standards are set. They're set in place. And in order to change the conditions, the development standards or uses, a new ordinance would need to be enacted to do that. So this particular specific unit development incorporates a written set of guidelines and standards and permitted uses. And these guidelines are to be, or the permitted uses are proposed to be developed in 4 phases. And those phases are as follows. So in phase 1, they would start with a property cleanup and fencing. And at this time, their 501c3 has about $50,000 of money available to them when they are able, should this be approved, that money would be available to them to move forward with phase 1. They would also like to put in a well for agricultural purposes and the development of a community agricultural area for a vegetable garden, community orchard, and similar agricultural uses. Phase 1 would also include a 400 square foot shelter for tools and agricultural equipment. It would also include parking areas necessary for those that would be working on these types of activities. Phase 2 would see the installation of fire-safe native plants, drought-tolerant landscaping throughout the project site with walking paths, including benches and picnic tables. It would also include 2 greenhouse structures, not to exceed 3,000 square feet, and that's total for the 2. A 400 square foot vegetable cooling room and processing shed, public restroom, and parking areas to support those activities. Phase 3 would include a caretaker's residence. And phase 4 would include a 2,800 square foot structure. 1,600 square foot of that structure would be for a multi-purpose hall to be used for classes, community meetings, workshops, gatherings, and similar uses. The remainder of the structure would contain bathrooms, administrative offices, some retail space, and a commercial kitchen. Parking areas to support the community resource center would also be a part of that. Access and services. This property is directly served by a county-maintained road. Water and sewer would be provided by Trinity County Waterworks 1. And just a note to that, there is an existing septic on site that would have to be removed and destroyed through the appropriate permitting through environmental. Power is provided by Trinity County Public Utilities District. And also, as I mentioned earlier, this particular project is just to the north of and adjacent to the Hayfork Airport. Airports are kind of interesting in that they have specific requirements that surrounding land uses are typically required to take note of. In this particular case, for the Hayfork Airport, where it sits in regard to this project site, the project site is within an overflight area, which is labeled as a Zone D in the airport land use comprehensive plan.
Compatibility.
Yeah, all of those. And what's important about this is the Zone D is an overflight zone. So there's going to be aircraft that are going to be flying over this particular property. So in order to determine that there's a compatibility between the interests of the project site and the interest in maintaining the ability for the airport, there's a couple of things that we would take a look at. One of those would be noise, which is related to aircraft. Ultimately, for the overflight noise, if there are sensitive uses, which would be residential, schools, hospitals, those types of things would not be appropriate. This project does not include any of those. Overflight, of course, we were just talking about that, which tends to disrupt outdoor events, like if it was concerts, or something we never see anymore, which is drive-in theaters. Those types of things would not be compatible uses. This project does not include any of those types of uses. Very important is safety in overflight, lighting distractions or radio interference, potential for accidents, or large assemblage of people. For this particular project, there are very specific conditions on lighting that will not create a distraction. It does not include any uses that would be radio interference. There is the potential for accident always around airports, but the way the site is designed, the structures are clustered into one area, leaving a pretty significant amount of the 9 acres open, and would be not necessarily create a large impact, you know, if there were a particular incident for the airport. Also, height restrictions for the Zone D. Anything over 70 feet tall would be considered potentially an issue for this area. The height limitation for the structures on that property are a maximum of 40 feet, so not a conflict. The last one is wildlife hazards, which potentially, if you have any type of use that attracts a lot of birds or wildlife, may potentially be an issue. The Hayfork Creek runs adjacent to that property on the north and west side, so that's probably where you're going to see most of your wildlife, and that's an existing use. This particular project is not going to add any particular additional problems in that regard, so would be consistent with being adjacent to the airport. So environmental determination for this project, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission would look at an exemption, which is it is a general exemption. It is 15061B3, and this is an exemption that applies to projects that do not, you can see with a certainty that they do not have a significant effect on the environment. And significant is a really important word there, because everything could potentially have an impact, but nothing that would be significant. And a lot of that, it gets back to the baseline discussion of this project site has already been developed. You know, there's already been a number of things on it. You know, they've already had to do a lot of trash cleanup and pickup. And so, you know, the baseline is already pretty extreme. So what they're proposing to do with the property is not significantly different. Also, there has been a lot of public support for this project. I forwarded the letters that we received. I think there was probably 15 with the original packet, and you know, a lot of signatures as well. I think we've received another 4 or 5 that have also been forwarded with the packets, and in addition in the last couple of days. So staff recommendation for this project would be to conduct a public hearing, close the public hearing, and then the Planning Commission would adopt a resolution 2020-12 recommending that the Board of Supervisors find that this project is exempt from the Environmental Quality Act by the Common Sense Exemption 15061B3, which applies only to projects where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility the activity in question would have a significant effect on the environment. that the Board of Supervisors adopt the recommended findings listed in Resolution 2020-12, and that the Board of Supervisors introduce, waive the reading of, and adopt an amendment of the zoning code of the County of Trinity identified as Zone Amendment P-20-01 to rezone Assessor's Parcel 014-030-06-00 from the Riverview Drive Specific Unit SUD to the Hayfork Transition Specific Unit SUD Zone District as shown on the attached Exhibit A. And that concludes my presentation. I would be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Just say that's the most thorough analysis of the ALUCP I think we've ever had in one of the
Very nice. If nobody else has any questions, I have one.
Yes.
I know for the airport, you have the height requirement for the structure, but because there will be also an orchard and other plantings, is there a tree height limit or a type of tree limit?
The height limitation overall is going to be 70 feet.
Okay, so anything within 70 feet.
Right. We would need to take a look at anything over 70 feet. And, you know, you get into other height regulations as well when you're looking at the FAA standards, which I believe is 150 feet over the base elevation of the runway. So there's a couple of things that we would be looking at potentially.
Okay, just curious.
Only semi-dwarf trees then.
All right, I'll open the public hearing. If anybody would like to speak, you're welcome to.
Hi, my name's Christina Pierce, and I'm the applicant for this. I just want to say thanks for all being here so late. You guys are working really hard, so I really appreciate your dedication. I'm really excited to be here. This is another big step in our journey to revitalize this abandoned and neglected property. And for over 10 years, from my vantage point of being in business on the other side of the creek from this property, I watched this lovely place deteriorate as 3 separate fires burned through it over the years. And as that happened and no one was living there anymore, I watched numerous piles of abandoned tires, household garbage, dead appliances, and vehicles that were left there in the night. Finally, after years of trying to buy this property, I was able to secure it to begin the long process of turning it into a benefit for the community. Hayfork Transition, a nonprofit 501c3 corporation, was formed with the help of big-hearted citizens to guide this restoration and become the eventual owners. As Lisa said, it was apparent from our first efforts that there was great community support for this project. With over 30 volunteers for our first cleanup, more than 15 businesses donating time and resources to date, we feel encouraged to continue. To that end, we have been fortunate to be part of a fuels reduction program from the Watershed Training Center, and we've been awarded a Cal Recycle Cleanup Grant, which will be administered by Amelia Flights of TCRCD. To go forward on this grant, we need your approval of these SUD guidelines. As far as our plans for this property, we see it providing many functions for our community to serve as an educational, recreational, and agricultural resource. One of our first steps after cleanup and fencing is to begin a community orchard where people will learn about caring for fruit trees and other fruit-bearing plants. From pruning classes to soil fertility, we will learn and then enjoy harvesting and eating fresh fruit in community celebrations. Hayfork will benefit. We will continue this local agriculture by improving the soil and giving hands-on classes as we go through the process to create community vegetable gardens. Our goal is to increase local food sufficiency as well as empowering residents to be engaged in their own food production and have fun at it. We envision involving the community in the development of the Riverview projects. In particular, the walking paths with demonstration landscaping and signage we see being designed and partially created by our local school students. This would be accomplished through a series of field trips with Hayfork Transition members, teachers, parents, and students and volunteers to provide the guidance, materials, and oversight. We envision that this project is going to take a long time. It's not going to happen overnight. So I can't tell you a whole lot of specifics about all the buildings because we're just taking this one step at a time. But we would graciously appreciate your support in this project. And if there's anything I could answer or try to, I would be more than happy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did anybody have any questions? All right. That's good. Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak?
Good evening, Commissioner Justin Hawkins. I'm not sure if you guys have ever been to this site, but in Hayfork, you got the post office right in town. And if you're kind of in the back parking lot of the post office, there's an alleyway that goes down towards Hayfork Creek. And at the end of the alleyway is a suspension bridge. It's kind of, so you know, it's about this wide, and it goes across the whole creek. And it's something I've taken my son on, you know, it's part of like a journey to get across the creek to the other side, where there's not as much development and traffic. You can ride your bikes around a little more freely. So it's right adjacent to that. It's actually just upstream of the suspension bridge. So from the bridge, you can see the property, and it's going to connect right into town. Very easy to get to and access for people in the community. I think it's going to be a tremendous benefit. I've seen the site. It's been trashed. I mean, we're talking lots of cars, glass everywhere. There's a metal structure that may have been some sort of water tank at some time that people clearly had been living and building fires in, and you know, it's been trashed. And the way the creek comes straight down into that spot too. And so if they're going to be cleaning up an abandoned septic, and there's a whole lot of potential problems that are going to be mitigated with these sort of activities. So I think it's an easy, no-brainer sort of rezone and get them started on this. So I urge you to approve the rezone. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak? No, I actually remembered. All right, well, I will bring it back to the commission unless there's something else that staff needs to add.
Nope.
Okay, then any comments or motions or anything from the commission?
I have a question.
Question?
The resolution 2020-12 says we're adopting a specific unit development guidelines. Well, it doesn't say about what the guidelines are, but it says as shown in attached exhibit A. And the attached exhibit A is referring to the map, or where I do see the list of SUD guidelines is in the draft ordinance.
That would be the guidance, yes.
So we need to adopt an exhibit which pulls out of that all of the, I guess we could just adopt the ordinance as an exhibit, but we need to specify what we are approving as the SUD guidelines document. And it's buried in this ordinance, I think. Am I getting that right? It's the document that's missing for the Riverview SUD, which is the guidelines document. And we need one for this one, which I think is essentially section 2 of the ordinance.
So were you missing part of your ordinance?
No, I'm saying, generally when we do a rezone to an SUD, we approve the guidelines document, which in fact imposes that.
Which would be?
But this is written as a board ordinance. Which is fine, we can adopt that document as our guidelines document, but this is the board's ordinance.
I see what you're saying. So that it's not being experienced enough with the ordinance to give you what you're asking for. So how would we like to
I'll make a motion
deal with
that
this,
we.
and we'll figure it
You ready
out.
for a motion?
Yes, please do.
I'm sorry, I didn't make it easy for you.
That's okay, I'll make it up. I move that we recommend to the Trinity County Board of Supervisors that they make the following findings: that the Trinity County Board of Supervisors finds the project exempt from CEQA by the common sense exemption 15061 sub B sub 3, which applies only to projects where it can be seen with certainty that there's no possibility the activity in question may have a significant effect on the environment. B, that they adopt the recommended findings listed in our resolution 2020-12. And C, that the Board of Supervisors introduce, waive the reading of, and adopt an amendment of the zoning code of the Trinity County, zoning code of the County of Trinity, identified as zoning amendment P 2001 to rezone assessors parcels 143006 from Riverview specific SUD to Hayfork Transition SUD district as shown in the attached Exhibit A. And there is an Exhibit A in here, which is a map. And subject to the SUD guidelines document, which appears as a Board of Supervisors ordinance in this packet. Does that work? Yes. There's a motion.
It's
Clear as.
But
But I'll second your motion.
I love it when he does that.
okay, then do we need to have him repeat that, or are we good?
I think we've got it recorded, so
we're
I
good.
can replay it like 100 times.
Well, when we replay it, just, it's this ordinance is our document specified as SUD guidelines, and it'll become their ordinance when they adopt it. So it plays two roles. So if anyone goes back and looks up this SUD in the future and says, what are the development guidelines? They go to our document typically and say, well, what did the planning commission impose on this? And then it's usually rubber stamped at the Board of Supervisors. Not to shortchange the brilliant work they do at the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, we need a roll call for this, I believe.
So we put second.
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. So you're first to vote. Commissioner, you second, votes first. So Graham Matthews?
Aye.
Commissioner McHugh?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Chair Stewart?
Aye. Then it passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Congratulations, this looks like an awesome project.
What a wonderful project.
Okay, final item is item 5. And that is the annual initial variance CCV-20-29, a request for a variance from the required 350-foot cannabis cultivation setback from a neighboring residential dwelling. TCC 0.43.50.8.8 project site is located at 61 Woods Lane, Hayfork. Assessor parcel number 17-43-13-00, applicant X Thou, and staff. Oh, Ellen, thank you. Staff.
All right, and this commercial cannabis variance request is located at 61 Woods Lane in Hayfork. The applicant is requesting a reduction of the residential setback from 350 feet to 195 feet from the resident east of the proposed cultivation site. Staff received one public comment from the neighbor northwest of the proposed cultivation site. This neighbor's residence is located more than 350 feet from the proposed cultivation site. Staff has established direct communication between the concerned neighbor and the applicant's consultant in order to more effectively address the neighbor's concerns. The applicant's consultant is present on Zoom, she's the phone number, to answer any more site-specific questions you may have. And given the whole of the record and Planning Commission precedent, staff recommends approval of CCV 20-29. With that, do you have any questions?
Any questions of staff?
And, Michelle Gargano with CIR is on the line, that's the consultant, and I know she would like to say something once you guys are ready.
Okay.
Permission?
Yes.
The person with the letter in opposition, is her property on the site map?
It's yes, it is.
The upper left-hand corner.
The upper left,
Yep.
38?
Comment received.
They actually own all three of these parcels.
They own all three, 38, 39, and 40?
Correct. There's just a carport on 39.
Right, okay.
Residents on 40. And I know that Michelle has an update on their conversations.
Any other questions for staff?
Is it appropriate for me to ask, is number 41, 174341, is that a licensed farm? Is that something that's known and unknown as, no? Okay. Okay. Just asking.
We just kind of look.
Okay. All right.
You seeing dots or something?
It's been a long night, I'm seeing dots. Okay.
No further questions?
Maybe the consultant can answer when this comes up, but the letter from that we received today, there was apparently an attempt to negotiate moving the pesticide. Maybe we get an answer whether that happened.
Are you ready?
Yes, please.
Michelle, are you there?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, how are you? So my name is Michelle, and I'm representing the applicant, Sue Tao. So I just wanted to start by saying thank you guys for taking the time to hear this tonight. I know you've had a very long night. I'm going to keep it short and sweet and just answer any questions that you guys might have. Just the last update that I have, I was able to speak with Betty Wines, that is the woman who submitted the email. And we have spoken twice now. I actually spoke to her today before the meeting just to address some of her concerns, which mainly were about extending the wooden fence that is on her property just so that, you know, it's fully closed off and she doesn't have to see anything that she doesn't want to. Her and her husband have been there for about 40 years, so their biggest concern was that they haven't really had any cultivations near them, so they're just a little bit weary about that, and they haven't had a lot of experience with a lot of growers, so we spoke with the applicant as well, and he is willing to extend that fence for her. And then her other concern was the proposed pesticide and chemical storage that is required on each property, and they just wanted that to be further away from their property line, you know, so he's going to move that to the other side, so that will alleviate that concern for her. Her other concern was just about their water supply, which I was able to explain to her a little bit more about the licensing process and that everything is registered with the water board and monitored and regulated, so she felt a little bit better about that. And so we talked about for 20 minutes today, and she said she would feel comfortable if this was approved. She would be okay with it, she thinks, now.
Does anybody have any questions of our consultant? No? Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this item?
Good evening, Commissioner Justin Hawkins. This is just up Big Creek Road, right off the highway, and you can tell by looking at the aerial photo. This is more recent than the Google Earth images. This looks like the county's images from 2018. So you can see how there's just gardens all around her in this whole map that are not licensed because they don't even have. You can't get a license if you don't have a permitted residential structure, for instance. So there's quite a bit of gardens going on around them, and those are the actual threats from pesticide use, because if we're not familiar, you're not allowed to use commercial pesticides in commercial cannabis. If it has an EPA certification, you're not allowed to use it. So I know it says it's ag chemicals building, but it's really a misnomer to think of it as traditional pesticides, because they are not your traditional agricultural pesticides that are allowed to be used. And just so you guys are aware, the water board requires the ag chemical building to be enclosed, protected from rain, and not allow, and have an impermeable floor basically, so you're not having spills fall and seep into the ground. So I'm sure that by moving the structure further away from the neighbors, that'll go a long ways towards helping them feel more comfortable, but provided the farmers following the rules, there's really no chance of environmental problems from that structure in particular. So I hope that you approve the variance, considering the surrounding impacts, and that this person's wanting to go about things properly and is asking for a variance in the process. So thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anybody on Zoom?
Just Michelle.
Okay. And I'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission. Is there any comment that anyone wants to make? Any discussion?
Just one comment with regards to the pesticide facility being a prior license holder. Recognizing that before I held a license, I had my 5-gallon gasoline just sitting on the floor in my woodshed on top of gravel, along with my water pump and oil and any things that were on shelves. And being involved with the water board, or being registered with the water board, was really enlightening to the level of regulations to keep this material secondarily contained on a cement slab in a container. I mean, it's definitely above and beyond what any residential person would use. Just a statement.
Any other comments?
It's helpful to have our very own professional.
Commissioner Matthews?
It's nice to hear that they engaged the adjacent property owner and essentially, sounds like, resolved most of their concerns. So I think that's a really good start. We don't hear that often enough.
No, we don't. I happen to know Mrs. Wines, and she's a very nice lady. Any grower next door would be lucky to have her as a neighbor. So if there's no further discussion, do we have a motion?
All right, I'll make a motion to approve commercial cannabis variance CCV-20-29
to reduce the cultivation site setback in Trinity County Code 17.43.05.a.8 from 350 feet to 195 feet from the residence located on APN 017-430-016, subject to the findings of fact and conditions as stated in the staff report.
Second that.
We have a motion and a second. Can I have a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I think there were 4 ayes there.
There were 4 ayes, okay, I didn't hear the one over here, okay. Then this passes unanimously, thank you. Matters from the commission. I have one question. Has there been any action or any discussion about that compound on Morgan Hill Road?
You know, a group did go out and do a site visit, and I will need to check back in with Christy Anderson and the folks that went out there to see what enforcement or measures would be taken regarding that matter. So
Okay.
I will check on that and get back to
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. If there's nothing further from the commission, that matters from the staff.
New staff members.
New staff members. We have 2 new staff members with us tonight. We have Margie, actually, these 2 started on the same day too, so. We have Margie DeRose. She is our senior cannabis division planner. Already just a huge help with the program. Yeah, very valuable. And Debbie Rogue, how do you pronounce your last name? Rogie, I thought so, okay. Debbie is our planning administrative coordinator. So we're very happy to have them both with us.
Welcome.
They're wonderful.
Very glad to have you both.
And Mary Beth's out there very pleased.
Okay.
So tell us our schedule for the next couple months.
Yes. Oh, whoa.
That's what we really want to know.
That's what we really want to know. Intense.
Well, you do have, I mean, there are no 4th Thursdays in the next couple months except this month, so.
Yeah. So, yeah, there will be numerous special meetings. We're working on the timeline for the EIR. Well, we're heading in, trying to wrap up the EIR before the end of the year. And with the holidays, it's in that timeline quickly evaporating. It's going to be pretty intense. I don't have quite laid out timeline for you yet, but we are hoping that you see the EIR early November. And then we'll probably have to have a second meeting after that before Thanksgiving in hopes. We anticipate Planning Commission will want to see the EIR more than once.
Yes.
And then try to get it before the board in December.
Okay.
Along with that, we have many appeals that have backed up, especially after our Zoom issues on the 10th of September, and carrying those over today. We have so much staff capacity, and there's a line of appeals waiting, more appeals, lots of appeals coming in on cultivation licenses, and in different types of appeals. And then now a few more items.
Are there CUPs that are waiting to be, that are ready to roll? I mean,
There are
we heard about
type
those a
3.
few months ago.
Yeah, there are type 3 CUPs that are in process. At least 2 are close to having their CEQAs circulated. I'm not sure if those will make it to you by the end of the year. We hope so. We kind of get really close, and then folks maybe want to make some changes or tweaks to the initial study. One common thing we're looking at is moving forward with the potential to have stacking licenses, meaning multiple licenses on one parcel down the road, that some of the type 3s would rather look at an option, either one type 3 license or maybe stacked license up to an acre. And so, should those regulations or, stacking be allowed by the county at some point, then it's addressed by their document. It's thinking forward, should this change, we've got it covered by CEQA. So those are some of the changes we're seeing with the type 3s at this point, is to add that flexibility with the project description. So should they ever want to take advantage of the stacking versus just one 1 acre outdoor license, they have that opportunity. So they little tweaks and take a little bit more time, but we have probably RG3, maybe 2 or 3 that are getting close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what about retail?
Right now the focus is on the workload and the EIR. When Margie came on board, she has experience with storefront retail, and she's been looking at the ordinance. There's still a chance. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. It possibly could in December. We'd love it to. Yeah. But
Christmas present.
Yeah. But yeah, at this point, there's so much. It's hard to really commit to that.
Okay, thank you.
So from a schedule standpoint, are you thinking November 12th and 19th, or are you scattering them out beyond that?
Yeah, either the 5th or the 19th special meeting, mattering on how close we get. And then, of course, there's the release time for the final EIR, which is limited. It's much different than the draft EIR per state law. It's not a huge amount of time that's required. So yeah, mattering on how quick we can pull it off and wrap it up. And we are getting close. Yeah, either of those dates. So we have the 12th, yeah. The 12th will play into that one way or another.
I should probably, and I should have said this under matters from the commission, but I had mentioned, I believe, last month that I would probably be having surgery in October.
Yeah.
And I have, because of the fires and the uncertainty around everything, I have postponed that. So, so
it benefits.
It's not an issue.
There's not a meeting on the 22nd, though, correct?
Nope, we're just gonna
I will be out of town then.
wrapping things up and getting things ready for a crazy November and December.
Okay.
Right in time for the holidays. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Then we are adjourned. Thank you.
Well, that was a good meeting.
Where are we? Oh, 11:40. We're not quite to midnight.
All right.
I was way off. I said 1:40.